Welcome everyone to the Apex Legends African Throwdown, where we are finally ready to discover who is the best in Africa for Season 2. Of course, my name is Proxy and I'll be your host for this evening, but joining me on your screens right now is your amazing Apex Legends casters. It's Tendo Plays, it's Fire, and later it's also going to be Ira, but we'll talk about that later when he gets here. For the time being, Tendo, I mean, we're finally here. The long-awaited grand final is finally going to happen. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm pretty excited. It's been like an eternity since we've seen some African Throwdown action, and I feel like all the teams are raring for action, and I'm raring for action as well. Yeah, so I feel like I'm just in my seat, and I'm just ready to probably stand up right now to like going crazy with all the action that's about to go down. And I mean, I'm excited. I feel like you can feel the energy. I'm excited to get today started off, and it's 6 games as well, right? So, you know, we got a little bit of a switch up. So now we're going kind of like a really long distance compared to what we're normally used to in one night. So I feel like today is lining up to be a good one.
I think it's exactly that. And Fire, from your side, how's your experience been so far with Apex Legends? I mean, you got thrown into the deep end, my friend. Don't worry, Fire. I'm going to come back to you and we'll ask that question again. But for the time being, let's go and take a look at the schedule so I can take you through it. Of course, it's a BO6, as Tendo mentioned, so things are a little bit different. I'm going to take you through the schedule and just explain what is expected tonight. So for the first 3 maps that Fire will be joining us, of course, all of them being played on World's Edge. And the times on your screens, you know, vary a little bit depending on how these games are going to be going. You know, some might be shorter than others. Some might be very long-winded. So this is the first 3 sets of maps. We can go through to the next page of the schedule, and you can sort of get an idea of how those times are going to be going. Depending, I don't know. Sometimes these players, they just decide to actually wipe everyone off of the map. So it's understandable. But speaking about the schedule, speaking about the African Throwdown, speaking about why we're all here, let's actually take a look at what these players are playing for, what they are putting their stakes on, and what they are showing their skills for. Because, you know, it's not just the bragging rights in Africa. It's not just to say, hey, you know, we came through in Season 2 and we were the best Apex Legends team. But of course, there's that juicy little prize pool on top of it all to just say, you know, this is a well done. Well done for doing the absolute best. So, I mean, you know, let's take a look at it. Let's quickly run through it. So, of course, your top 4 teams will be getting a share of that total $1,000 prize pool, with 4th place taking home $100, 3rd place taking home $200, 2nd place taking home $300, and your champions of the African Throwdown Season 2 taking home $400 in the back pockets, and of course the biggest pat on the back for doing absolutely everything that they could have. And speaking of, you know, the prize pool, the schedule, how do we discern who those top 4 teams are? How do we know which are going to be the teams to take their share of that prize pool? After all 6 of these maps, it's of course by looking at those point system. Understanding placements and kills make the biggest impact in Apex Legends as we know it. So from 1st place all the way down to 20th, there is a certain amount of placement points deemed to the players. 1st place will be taking home 12. 2nd place will be taking 9. 3rd place taking 7, and you can see Atita's down with 16th to 20th place. Unfortunately, get nothing. Nada. Zilch. Nothing at all. So you don't want to be some of the first teams to drop off of that map, because your leaderboard scores aren't going to look too great. They're not going to look too great. And of course, every single kill will land your team an extra point. So we reward those teams who stay active. We reward those teams who actually go and push and take the fights and stay proactive, which is what we want to see, because we know it's Apex Legends. Things get crazy here. Things get absolutely crazy. I mean, Tendo, from your side, you know, we've seen how some teams really have made the best work and the best use of those kill points by staying active, right?
Yeah, I mean, the first name that rings to my mind has to be Genoa, right? I mean, we all know they're doing an absolute madness during the group stages, you know, and then into the semi-finals, just picking up kills after kills, hugging edge of zone, and just pretty much farming everybody. Will they have the same kind of time tonight? I don't know. I mean, guys, if you're not aware of who is in this lobby, I mean, just taking a look at the names, we've got 2 noobs, 1 cheater in here, like the Aquaman, ATK, who are looking really, really strong right now. Unfortunately, Curries aren't with us tonight, but we'll see, you know. they're with us in heart at this point. We we got Carthage Noir obviously in here, Nibble, Punks, Ominous, Visimus, WRG, and I'm missing out on a lot of the names of these teams. I mean, this isn't gonna be like those group stage games and semi-final games where there's still a couple of the weaker teams lying on the outlands, right? Everybody in here is a heavy hitter. Everybody here could win a game, right? So I'm just curious to see how those teams that were really looking for kills and playing super fast are going to adapt in such a lobby.
I think it's exactly that. I mean, if you look at the semi-final scores, we had a little bit of a chat off screen. Carthaginians were the ones who took the most points. They took 116 points from their match of the semi-finals, but of course they were limited to 20 groups, while the other semi-finals had a completely different set of 20 groups. Now you've got the top 10 of each semi-finals put together in the same lobby for the first time. We're going to have the best of the best going head to head, and it's a question mark. I feel like with Apex Legends, we think that we know who's going to be taking it. We think we know, based on stats, of course it has to be this, but because we've had such a long break, there's been a lot of tournaments in between where the teams have had time to practice, they've had time to iron out some of their faults, and now they're ready for it. I think they're very ready for the Carthaginians. They've seen what they can do, and hey, maybe the Carthaginians also have some surprises up their sleeve. Fire, from your side, I know you're a big fan of the Carthaginians. We talk about this off camera, so from you, I kind of know where you're going to be leading towards. But what are some of the other teams that you have to keep an eye out? That, like, if you were running on the lobby, you saw that team, you would be running the other way.
I mean, one of the things that you do have to be careful for is, the guys like Nimble, WRG. Obviously, these are still heavy hitters, and I think the Carthaginians do have to be cautious because, they love to, scout out the teams, go looking for them and take them down. And just like Tendo said, I'm curious to see if that will be the same story today. If they will be going out, towards guys like Nimble, who we know can also pull their weight when it comes to this single, battles between team on team. So it'll be very curious for me to see how this one plays out. But I'm rooting for Carthaginians because I love the way they play. I love the way they give us the action, how they look for it. But let's see how it goes today. Yeah.
Look, I can't fault you. Listen, they were running around like mad lads getting the kills, but we also had a lot of teams coming out of the woodworks. I mean, I remember in our semi-finals, one of the last games, Swamp Creatures, out of nowhere. We had not been talking about Swamp Creatures the entire day, and then they go and they get the win. They get the win. Not only that, but they pick up some crazy amount of kills. They take out the likes of WRG. Some of the teams that we ourselves were like, okay, no, surely WRG is the team to take this. No. Kano and the likes, they come through and they take out the competition. So there's a lot of teams and a lot of skill here that have the capability to take the W's away from the other teams. I mean, Tendo, from your side, we've been sort of avoiding the topic of compositions. We've sort of been avoiding that, but now, what do you think is most likely what we're going to be looking at? What are some of the heroes that you think, we're definitely going to be seeing those?
I think it's interesting, right? And while you're mentioning a couple of teams here and there, I was also thinking of a team maybe that we are sleeping on that's also kind of like in that Carthaginians realm where they were performing quite well. I'm looking at JSN, right? I think we're not talking about JSN. They might come out as a big surprise. They might play their game well tonight, and that might be leading towards their success. But composition wise, I mean, it's crazy now, right? Rampart is in this discussion, and we all know how crazy Rampart can be in the lobby. Will teams pick Rampart? I think she's still a little bit too slow, compared to how fast it can be in competitive Apex Legends. So maybe some Valkyrie picks. I've been seeing a lot of Valkyrie picks during the ranked sessions for a lot of teams, even during LGS. I think Valkyrie, just based on how much mobility you get with that redeploy, has been really good for a lot of teams because, hey, if there's so many people stacked on top of you, sometimes you just gotta fly away,
Listen, if we're talking about Valkyrie, we can't forget those nerdish Valkyrie rotations, let's be honest, but it's fine. Yeah. We're getting ready to go into the first map today of your BO6, of the grand finals of the Apex Legends African Throwdown. It's Tendo, it's Fire to take you through the first map of the day. So I hope you're sitting in your seats with some popcorn or some sort of snack because the action is getting here. We're going to get fired up. So guys, please do what you do and take it away.
All right. We should have asked Ez before she had to hand it over what her prediction was on who's going to top the table. So I'm going to swing it over to you, Fire. Who do you think is topping the table tonight? Who do you think is the most likely, going to be your African Throwdown champion, right? I know you have Carthage Noir, on your head right now. But besides them, maybe which team is creeping up for you?
I think it's definitely ATK. They have the experience. Yeah. I love to root for the underdogs. Well, I'm not going to call them underdogs because they have the experience in this competition. But so far, they're coming up against guys like Kata Genoa, Nimbu, and JSN and all these guys who have been dominating in this tournament, right? So for me, it's like they're like the sleeping lions, and I feel like we may just see them wake up right here in the finals. So yeah, maybe we may see them just bust things open. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm also looking at ATK. They're performing quite well during the LGS preseason qualifier, especially the one that recently passed qualifier 2. So I think they're quite warmed up. They're ready to really give us all the action coming into this one. But I mean, yeah, guys, like I said, there's so many teams that, like, yeah, calling one prediction, we might go completely south with it, right? The potential of any
Exactly.
one of these teams in the lobby tonight popping off is just like, pretty absurd. So we just have to
Mhm.
wait and see exactly where everybody is going to be. And I mean, drop spots is going to be a really big conversation, especially for this first game, especially laid out in a series of 3 here at Fire. It's no longer 4 games, it's 6 games. How do you pace yourself out? Where are you dropping to, maximize the full potential of like how to win tonight's throwdown?
I think for a lot of these teams, what they're going to do is try as much as possible to be cautious. Get into the zone quite quickly. I know a team like
Mhm.
Cartagena is not going to do that. They're probably going to stick to the game and just try to hunt teams as much as they can. But I'm really worried for them because I feel like they might come across guys who are just going to give it back to them. Just take them out quickly. If they come up against Nimbo, they come up against WRG and all these guys who can just repel that attack, then they might fall into trouble here. And it's the final, so yeah, if they do fall into that trouble, it could just change things entirely throughout the entire 6 games. So it's like the story that will be told today is all about like slim margins at the end of the day. What happens in those tiny little moments where Cartagena goes on the offensive, and if they do take out Nimble, then that totally changes the entire course of the day for Nimble. If they
Yeah.
get repelled, and that changes the course of the day for them, when it comes to the confidence level. So yeah, it would be interesting to see how this first game plays out because for me, it's the most important one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just got word, just so you guys are aware of what is going on. Obviously, today is Rank Split Day. Kings Canyon Day is coming through. So I think we're just having a lot of players, just shuffling over just onto like not really a new patch, just like you have to wait for the season to start. So everybody's just getting onto that, and then we'll get on the way. And I also just got a word that Rampart is banned. So no Rampart today. Act Fire. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the Rampart buff that's come through recently. Rampart looking really dangerous. Not going to be in this discussion tonight. Is that a good thing for some of these players? Over the time they've had, experience to play with them, play with Rampart during this period leading up to the throwdown, and for it to not be included. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, definitely is going to change things out for those who use Rampart. But um, I mean, there's so many other lovely characters to use. So yeah, they might adjust. I mean, they're professionals, so they know what to do.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's always about adjusting and knowing when, to shift what is going on because you never want to be a stagnant team that kind of doesn't know what exactly is going
Exactly.
on, in the lobby because it's that whole idea of like, if there's lots of Watsons in the lobby, maybe pull out a crypto because you understand that the crypto ultimate will break Watson generators, Revenants, pull out the caustic because it's going to help you, just maintain your ground and hold yourself down. So it's just compositions are always going to be interesting. I mean, I'm thinking we're going to see lots of Gibraltar. Octane got a
Mm.
recent nerf at Fire. I'm not too sure if you saw that as well.
Ooh,
The
yeah,
jump pad
yeah, the
got.
jump nerf. Yeah, yeah, I saw it. I saw it. Cool story about that. I'm a new Apex Legend player, right? So I started using Octane, and basically because my aim is my stuff. Every time I get into a fight, I'll just run away and jump away. And then the other day, I was like, I didn't jump so far, so I switched character. I started using Rat, and yeah, I'm pretty much just running with portals now.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but
Wraith's always gonna be, one of those up and down picks. I feel, because she's in a good spot in terms of just being competitive, but it's always gonna be a personal preference for how the team wants to play. The portal can
yeah.
always be clutch to reposition instantly in really tough positions. So we'll just have to wait and see exactly. But yeah, I feel like we're not gonna see that many Octane picks, right? Just because of that reason of the jump pad not
Yeah,
being
true.
so so aggressive as it used to be and giving you so much distance. I've definitely seen that a lot of people aren't picking Octane that much, but again, you have to look at like Bloodhound scans coming through. Bloodhound's probably still going to be in the conversation. Sia's probably still going to be in the conversation. Sia's going to be really strong, I think. We saw, I think it was Kafa Genoa, right? Coming through with the Sia, Octane, and Revenant combination. I wonder
Hmm.
if tonight that's still going to be, part of the conversation in terms of if they're going to still try and play that.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to do that because they're an offensive team. They want to, attack with their with what they're used to. But I did see them, in the group stages use Wraith like a little bit to scout around, move to different positions, and just
Yeah.
retreat back and then make the drop on different teams. So yeah, it does feel like they're a very versatile team. It doesn't matter what legend they use. But either ways, those guys are gonna be missed. I just feel for any team that they track down.
Yeah, no, and just a couple more players will be joining the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will be able to get underway of tonight's first game of this best of six. And I mean, pulling back into this whole idea of everything's changed up, right? Do you feel like there were a group of players that were ready to go like this distance of playing over 2 days, and now they're kind of like forced into this one day? Maybe it was a decision that the community did come to decide to, guys, right? But obviously, there might have been those outlying, decision makers that maybe still wanted this 2 day affair, right? How do you feel coming into this, right? Where it's no longer going to be 2 days. You don't have that opportunity to be like, okay, first day was bad. Let's come back tomorrow. It's like, if today isn't good, that is it. That is the wraps. Like, how is the mentality coming into tonight?
There's some days when you just get into the game, right, and everything's working for you. Your aim is just perfect. Your decision making is perfect, and you just rotating right, and everything's just working for you, right. And the next day you come in and you're absolutely shit. You have no reason. It may just have been your rest, your sleep, your body language that day, how you're feeling. So for me, it's like, for those of the teams that it's going on well for them, then that's fine. But there are those teams who will feel like, I wish I had the opportunity to come back. I wish I had the opportunity to go look at my mistakes, go check my errors, and you know kind of like make a difference again, on the second day. But I mean, it is what it is. So they've got to make that switch, when they are down quite quickly today. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna be very much pacing, right? Because 6 games is a long time now. You know what I'm saying? And especially now with this little bit of intermission pause that we have to do because of the map switch. Now you're starting to play a little bit more into your mental. Now you're starting to think a little bit more. And now, when you get to like game three, that halfway point, everything's gonna be different, right? You've felt how the squads have played because obviously first game. I think we're not gonna have too high expectations. We don't we just want to see the squads play their game as well as they can because that's all you can really do, right? You come in with your first initial game plan, you try it out for the first 2 games, maybe 3 games, you see how it goes, and if it's not working, that's when it's time to adapt.
True. 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 Well, I mean, it's like I said, for the guys who are gonna have things going on good, that would be perfect. Because they would have felt the first 3 games. But there's always that thing where you want to go back, watch the game, and say, "Look, how did I make that mistake? How did that team hit on me?" You understand what I mean? Like how did let's take for example, Cartagena is just scouting around and they find the guys from ATK, and they're like, "How did they get the drop on me? Oh, one of the players was in a flank position. All right, I get my mistake. We got to be more cautious about our environments next time. Stuff like that. Just sling tiny margins, and it'd be curious to see how those teams now begin to adapt, because the first 2 games they're not really sure where their drop spots are. Right? They may have done their research, but teams may come into this finals and just decide to change things up. So I feel like it's from the third, fourth, fifth game where you now begin to see teams, just understand each other and understand each other's spaces. Okay, you stay there, I stay here, and we loot things out and then begin the fight.
Yeah, and I think with the addition of having one less squad, there's that the one less idea of having to worry about a team contesting you, which is, uh, up and down, right? Because it's also missing KP in the lobby, right? Because as much as it's like, hey, we were missing one team in the lobby, it's a little bit easier for us. It's also a little bit harder, right? Because those are 3 points potentially,
Mm-hmm.
it can work either direction, that could go your way, that you just might not get because that team would have dropped maybe close to your drop site, and you'd have the opportunity to maybe take that fight on a rotation, right? So it's really just going to be, the IGLs tonight. We never talk about a lot of the roles that you have to play as a player in Apex Legends, professionally, and in-game leader in every esports is definitely one of those roles that's really looked down, not looked away upon, but it's like, okay, he's the big brains of the team, right? He's not really the flashy player. He's not going to be doing all these crazy things. But without that person, the glue of the team can kind of crumble into pieces, right? You can almost have like a team full of Ronaldos, right? But if one of those Ronaldos isn't going to be like, hey guys, let's actually do this together, you almost it doesn't really matter, what you're putting up on the table. So those IGLs really need to be smart tonight and analyzed throughout, today's series.
Yeah, exactly. The IGL I feel like is the most important role. He's the one who's always, looking around because you can have a team of aggressive players, right? But they're not watching their backs. They're not watching their environment. They're not making smart plays. They're staying outside the zone and they're fighting for too long, and they're not rotating to a good spot quite early. So it's always like no matter how aggressive you are, no matter how great your gun skills are, at the end of the day, it's all about your decision making, and having a smart IGL, he knows when to take the fight, when not to take those fights, when to scout, when to just hold your position and all that. So yeah, just like you said, it's for me, it's overlooked, but it's pretty much the most important role.
Yeah, it's definitely, one of the most important roles. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like that whole idea of like the actors will always be in front of the movie before like the directors and the behind the scenes. You know what I mean, right? It's like
Yeah, true.
you don't really look at those people that are kind of holding the team together. And I want to look at like Nibble, for example, right? They've got a coach, unlike most teams in the throwdown. The coach is there to kind of be that extra voice over the IGL when it's like, okay, yes, our IGL has this big brain, can make these decisions, but sometimes it's nice to have that player or that person, almost like us who are casters who can see everything and understand everything compared to like you being inside the game. Because it's a very different experience when you're actually pinned against the wall and you have to make these decisions on the fly. Because Apex Legends is a really, really fast esport, right? Squads will be stacked on top of each other. And I mean, you have to pull into Gibraltar is a really technical character to play, and you want to have somebody that's really good technically, with timing, especially. Popping bubbles, Act Fire is so crucial for a lot of teams. Sometimes we've seen teams suffer during group stages and semifinals with just inaccurate bubble popping.
Mm. Yeah, true, true, true. But one of the things that we haven't spoken about so far is how much different it is for, because the other day I was just watching and there was a lot of talk about the platforms that players play on, right? Whether they play with gamepads, whether they play with mouses. Do you think that is a that sort of like gives like a slim margin for these players, what they're playing with when it comes to their aiming, when it comes to using a mouse as opposed to using a controller?
I think the input discussion is just like, I think it's like art, right? In art, there's different inputs at the end of the day. One person wants to use a brush. The next person wants to use like airspray, acrylic paint, etc., etc. But if you can achieve the same outcome at the end of the day, then it doesn't really matter PC, like mouse and keyboard or controller. You just have to keep practicing and putting yourself into these positions. But ladies and gentlemen, finally, we
Woo!
are underway here with the grand finals of the African Throwdown here, hosted by NODWIN Gaming. And I mean, let's look at some of the picks. Thankfully, we get a quick overview. I'm seeing the Gibbies coming through. The Valkyries, like I said,
Oh.
would be a really big pick. They're coming through. They're shining. Not too many Octanes, right? Here and there, Caustic coming through. And we've got a couple of refs.
Oh, okay. So Carthaginians did go with Octane. Revenant, you can see them with it. With I do see another Octane. Not a lot of Octanes though, but Yeah, it's uh, it's going to be an interesting one. It does look like they want to play a fast-paced game.
All right, this is the moment of truth. We've been talking about drop spots and just how crucial they're going to be here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and we're finally underway as we have Carthage Genoa who seem to be going towards the climatizers, so that's going to be a pretty interesting job if they'll be contested by anybody next to them. ATK is also actually hovering over that area. Actually, Dave decided to go a little bit deeper towards that skyhook, that tunnel side. We've got a couple of teams down the middle. You know, Lava Siphon, Harvester, Staging, they're never usually contested here, Act Fire. You know, I wonder if any teams have maybe reconsidered their strategy and decided to maybe hit those spots.
Yeah, yeah, definitely true. But one of the things we have to notice so far is that ATK is really close to Cartagena, and so
I
is
mean,
Nimble.
even, yeah, man.
And,
Like the
and
top
that could,
three teams on our mind, all at the north side of the map here. It's about to go down on these rotations based on the zone.
Man, oh my goodness. Let's take a look at that zone, just making that shift all the way towards that southwest region. And all of these teams, who are in the top three, have to now begin to make those rotations in. So it's definitely going to be a crazy one because, it'll be really sad to see one of the big boys just go down quite early. Nimble, ATK, Cartagena, you want to see them go all the way to the finals. But if we're seeing that early fight, happening between two of them, definitely going to give us a spectacle in this one.
I mean, it's inevitable as well, right? With how many of them are
Yeah.
stacked there, man. I find it hard for them to not fight each other. Yes, they can be really good with their rotations, but it's really just going to depend on who's calling the rotations faster, whose timing is better. As we're just tuned in here with Dark Esports Longbow in the hands here of Nas. Just trying to pop some shots. Doesn't really find too much with it. Longbows, snipers, great for charging up that Evo, making sure that when you move into that next fight, you've got the best possible outcome with your shield. And I mean, what's your take on
Hmm.
snipers? Which one do you really feel has come to life in the African Throwdown thus far that we've really been like, wow, that's a really good one. That's a good pick.
Oh, for me, I haven't really paid attention to the players like what they've been using, but the 50 car SR is pretty much the one I've seen like in all the tournaments that a lot of players have used and succeeded in. Um, but for me, the teams who have been dominant so far haven't really been well, except. Hmm, I'm not sure. I need to probably pay more attention to Carthage Noir and how they play. But so far, I've just seen them using a lot of ARs and SMGs, to take down their opponents, close range. So it'll be curious to see, who gets those snipe shots, in this game.
Yeah, of course, they're a more aggressive team, so they'll probably be looking to hold on to weapons that will be good for them close range. Nibble over here at the trials, trying to pick up whatever gold loot they can find. Gold helmet on top of the Gutbuster is going to be really good for that defensive bombardment, of course, that he will be able to call in. It'll charge up nice and fast, especially the dome, so they're really situating themselves quite well here. Nibble Esports to try and close this one up, you know, shaping up for that end game. But they have a long rotation lane, to make it to that zone. And I mean, north side of the map can do that to you, and or landing all the way south, right? Sometimes the zone's just going to be really central or pulling a little bit easterly or westerly, and you just have to make these really strenuous rotations. Nibble's on one of those, but it's good though, right? Because they're going to have to play edge of zone. They've got the composition to do it, and they can take their time with it, So I feel like we'll see them in the end, just based on how fast everybody in front of them seems to be playing already.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the most interesting things that they have to do is to find a way to rotate into that zone without coming into a lot of trouble, quite early on. But they've got a team just in front of them, and that's also rotating into the zone. So that might be a little bit tricky for them. But everyone's trying to get into that zone as quickly as possible, like we discussed, in the beginning of this game, and that's the most interesting thing so far. Omnios is another team that we haven't spoken too much about today, but when we've seen them come into fights, they've been sort of like I don't know what will be your pick on them as a team or their performance in this tournament so far.
You know, I'd say they're veterans of, you know, the Apex competitive scene in South Africa. You know, they keep putting themselves in and out of these tournaments and getting that experience. So they're definitely one of those teams that can win games, you know. Will they win overall? I think they're going to have to put in a damn good shift in here. But I do believe they can do it if they can play their cards right. And I think ultimately at the end of the day, it's going to be up to Fortune, who I believe is the IGL of the team, to just get the right calls for the team. For now, everything seems good. They've got a spot in zone that they can work with. Not quite the end game that they're looking for now, but you know, they can work with it. They've got the bridge, they've got a lot of cover to, you know, so just waiting for teams to rotate and to just see exactly how everybody's playing in and around them. Slow to start off, except for 80K, who's been in the kill feed, getting a couple of kills. I think I saw Mr. Titan go down to the hands of Dust, if I'm not mistaken. So a couple of fights already breaking loose in and around of the map. But for the most part, everything's slow. Everybody, you know, has a spot to drop. Everybody's getting their lead and just trying to get themselves situated for endgame.
Yeah, definitely what it is. I do see the guys on Omni as just, approaching within the same region where Dark is. It does look like a fight might ensue between these two teams, and we might see teams them just begin to pop things up. So that would definitely be interesting to see. But like you said, everyone's just trying to pick the spot, trying to rotate into the zone, get a really good spot, and that's the most important thing for now. And that's what we expect. They're all trying to be cautious. It's the first game, trying to feel each other out, trying to just understand the way they're playing and the decision making. And we do see the guys from ATK already making those rotations into the zone. And yeah, I'm interested to see how this one pans out at the end of the day.
What's the teams starting to fight towards that lava fisher side? 2 noobs, 1 cheater. I believe are close to that action just a little bit, maybe just cross-firing. We do see the team of Cartesians already on their killing spree as we start to pick up a couple of names. WRG coming out of Thermal Station. They got their drop site. No one can test them. I don't think you should, right? WRG is definitely going to be a hard one to beat out of Thermal Station. And I think WRG have claimed that. I think at least, South African comp that they play, everybody knows if they're in the lobby, you do not mess with Thermal Station or you are going out for the count. Zone is pulling closer to that harvester area where we saw OG. So they're actually sitting quite comfortably. I think they moved onto that center building. Team Ben seem to be in a bit of action here. Ket firing through the flat line, finds a lot of damage. One is knocked on the side, so they're gonna have to work well together. It's actually Don't Stop Gaming on the opposite side. Nando trying to pop a battery to get himself back into the action, and his teammate grappling there to try help and give a little bit of assistance. But it's a bit of an exchange on both sides here in terms of the knocks, but one's been fully finished and one's still in play here. They can still get clutch up here. The golden backpack res could be clutch right out in the open. Sorry for the pun. But he's up on his feet, and now it's going to be a 2v3.
Yeah, definitely. Team Bench is one of those teams, who was, coming into this finals. They have a lot to prove. They've got a lot to show that they can, be up on those leaderboards. And it's not just about placement points; it's about getting those kills. And they do definitely need that. But they look like they're on the back foot right now. So they got to step things up as they're popping out the shot, doing some damage right there. And he's not able to find that finish. But oh my God, do you think they might be able to win this fight up against the guys from Don't Stop Gaming? They do look like they've got the height advantage as they keep on sending those shots right there.
And it's that point in the game where everybody's starting to make these rotations. We saw Punks going down in the kill feed. I mean, 2 noobs, 1 cheater seem to be going down to WRG, and everything's starting to pop off. JSN's also in here. Ket's doing a madness at the top of this place over here with this flat line, but needs some assistance. They've brought back Rondon somehow into this fight as well. So now it's going to be a full 3v3, but they're getting pushed on top of your Team Bench, and there's not much they can do. Aquatic is trying to do a madness with the PK. He finds some damage, but is the damage going to be enough here? No, it's actually Nibble to come play spoilers into this fight, and they're trying to get themselves involved here. And for now, Don't Stop Gaming are in a little bit of a tough situation.
Oh, this is definitely a tough situation for them as the guys from Nimble just come into this one and try to get on that third party. They're just coming to get a drop on them and taking them out. This is definitely what you want from the champions. We want to get those kills, and they're sending it out, letting it loose, popping it off, right there with the flat line, and they might just make a drop onto them and just finish them off right now. Definitely what I'll be doing, throwing up the projectiles and getting there. Definitely what it is as they do make the drop onto them. Got through the Godbuster right there, and they're looking to just seal it out right. Popping on them shots, telling them, you're not going anywhere, come back here. They're looking to finish this one up and send him back onto the ground. That's exactly what you expect from champions, right there. The guys from Nimble, and this is really shaping up to be the game that we did expect.
Yeah, it's really feeling like a championship right here with how hectic everything has just popped through. I mean, we had 17, maybe 18 squads when we just started that burst of action, and all of a sudden we're down to 13. And it seems like the action is continuing here with the ATK, who seem to be really aggressive. Chambi's thrown his ulti. Isn't finding too much with it thus far, but it is going to guarantee some cover to work up onto this position. We did see OG in this spot, and it is OG that they are fighting, and it looks like Omnis is going down. It's all up to Captain IGL for you to try run away from this situation and try garner some points for his team. But for now, it's ATK, it's Nibble, it's Carthesians in the lava, in the kill feed as well. I mean, they're doing exactly, what we thought these top teams would be doing, and they're running rampant. They're showing dominance. They're showing exactly who is boss.
Yeah, exactly what we said. I do feel for the guys from Omnius. This game is the first game, definitely. They can come back. I mean, they're not totally out, but turning on to the Carthaginians, these are the big bosses, the guys we do expect right there to pop things off. As you do see iBad just sending out the shots, letting it loose, taking out the teams, and, getting kill up on kill right there. This is. I mean, the Carthaginians, Nimble, ATK, they're just running riot. And
Yeah,
when one of
WRG
these
as
teams meets
well. I mean,
WLG as well, man.
you could call those the top 5, honestly, in my opinion, just based on how well they play. But Aquaman are also here to prove a point as Nexus gets one knock. And now they're trying to work onto this. And it's Swamp Creatures who are just down for the count before we can say much about them. And it's up to 10 squads in the lobby. And I mean, there's still a lot of names to go down. No one's really in the zone working with it for the most part, but we did see ATK towards that part. So I wonder if that's ATK right there towards that caravan. It does look like JSN still involved as well, but they're getting gate kept to some degree, or they are doing the gatekeeping. WRG's close, Nibble's close to them as well. So a lot of these top teams close to each other. And I mean, this is exactly what happens when you have the best 20 teams in the African continent in one lobby. It's action left, right, and center, and it's pure excitement.
Man, I feel like the top teams just deceived all the guys for a bit. They landed and they were like, you know what, just don't worry, take it easy, you can loot. And then all of a sudden they switch things up. You can see the guys from Nimbu just coming in right there, just being like, you guys have had enough rest, and it's time for you to begin to go down right there. And with that flat line, you can see Lone just popping out shots onto several different teams. It does look like it's Nimbu they're in a fight with. And yeah, this is exactly what you want to see. These two teams are the heavy hitters right there. WRG and Nimble going in with that right, switching up positions right there. Who do you think is going to win this one if they do go toe to toe against each other, face to face?
Tough call, to be honest with you. I wouldn't really count any one of these teams that we've been seeing dominating so far a winner in this lobby just yet, because they still have to go up against each other. I mean, JSN versus Nibble could be a fight, right now. Nibble versus WRG, ATK still in the mix somewhere there, and we still have the Carthesians who are running rampant close to where Lava Siphon is, if I'm not mistaken. Laggy boys have done well to garner themselves a really good spot here. Yasuke and the boys just holding it down, but Crypto ulti comes out of nowhere, just gonna do a little bit of damage. Chambi's gonna knock in the kill feed, and Reaper's surviving, just surviving actually.
Closed door here.
All right, the guys from WRG do look like they're going to encounter another team quite soon. But I do like the way, they just respected themselves against, Nimble Esport. They got a couple of shots and they were like, you know what? We'll see. We'll see later. We'll see later. Okay, you just go your way, I go my way, and we'll meet. We'll meet in the final circle.
Yeah, we also got a couple of solos, right? If you look at that squad count. Oh wait, I think was that a res that popped through? I feel like I saw Nando not like he wasn't involved. I think it was just Clutch. Clutch thinks he gets the res there in staging, brings him back in, so they'll be playing as a duo. So that might be really good for them. Kaio plays is I think running solo there, perhaps. Look at the Carthesians, man. Sometimes just taking up all these fights is going to be crucial to the sustainability of your team, and that's exactly what happened. Idomino's down. They're gonna have to try res him. Teams are aware of this situation. They're in a bit of a tough rotation as well, right? They've got the zone against them to work with, and it's not gonna be easy to get for them to get into the harvester. So now, as everything settles just for a little bit, the dust isn't moving as much as it was just now. Everybody's starting to plot these rotations, make these plans. Nibble's in a bit of an awkward pinch in terms of just like what their options are going to be for their next rotation, but we'll just have to wait and see. The Harvester team, which is Clutch and Nando, Don't Stop Gaming, are going to run into WRG, and that's going to be quite a calamity for them.
Definitely, Cartagena not having such an easy time right now, as they do need to get Idomino back into the game.
They're gonna arrest that man right there. I guarantee you, Ekfire. I'm telling you right now, they're looking to arrest him on this bridge, and it's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, definitely. They do need to get those reses up. I do think they're not having such an easy time as they might have had, come before they came into this game. They may not have faced, this amount of, strong teams as they are now in this particular lobby. So they're playing a bit more cautious than, they have in previous seasons.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see with Sabron only having 2 kills, right? During group stages and semifinals, the man was walking out of there with 10. And it's definitely a lot harder now, that's for sure. It looks like Nando's the only one alive on Don't Stop Gaming. It looks like they found Clutch out. It does look like the res is popped through for the team of the Cartesian, so we can't count them out just yet. Look at Nibble's rotation, though. They're going to get caught into a lot of traffic. And 80k, no one's looking at them. They are sitting perfectly, I'm telling you right now. They are just vibing there, waiting for something to happen. If I've read the kill feed correctly, they should be in that spot. Still 9 squads, though, here, Actfire. I mean, damn, it's still heated. It's still anyone's game, basically, just based on who makes these decisions correctly.
Yeah, definitely. We might see a Nimble and
it's actually fight. I think it's Visimus that's actually in that spot, not actually 80k. Okay. So I'm quite mistaken on where 80k is. I'm not sure if they're even alive in the lobby. We'll just have to wait and see.
All right, definitely. But I do think we're seeing the guys from Nimble popping out shots onto Carthaginians, and it might be. No, I'm not really sure if it's them, but we might be seeing some heavy hits coming down. But definitely, yes, it is. Just as we did say, it's the guys from Carthaginians and the Domino who's been brought back into the game can now begin to let it loose onto several different teams. As he's popping out shots right there with that Eva, and oof, man, I do feel like these teams are just holding their spots. They're just rotating because they know and respect the different teams out there, but WRG trying to get into a good spot, getting taken down by the guys from Carthaginians, and my goodness, Tendo, it's a really tough one.
Yeah, it's really tough. 80k is indeed still in the game. Dust has just gotten knocked, unfortunately. WRG goes down, and that's just a clap for them. Ali gets 1 kill at least onto them. Nibble's actually entering on top over here, trying to get this fight down, because the Genoans has just gone down to bits, into pieces. Ooh. All of a sudden, it's Tenchi, the kill leader, coming out of nowhere for Nibble, and they've got a really powerful spot to play with from the zone here. Laggy Boys are still up as a full 3-man roster, working right below Nibble. 80k is actually chilling right out the top over here, in line of sight with Nibble, so this fight might break loose anytime. Ali goes down on the side of Visimus, so I wonder how many members they have on Visimus. Aquaman are still in the conversation as well. 6 squads lingering here and there in the zone. Lots of them seem to just be hiding closer to these rocks, though, I think. I think they're stacked on top of these rocks because Nibble, 80k, as well as Laggy Boys are really taking a lot of the space on this side where the train track are.
Oh, it's really cool. Ooh, just look at Nibble. It's really cool to see that the guys from 80k are still in this game, but Nibble showing why they are champions, why you should definitely not hold them back as they're popping out those shots right there with that hemlock onto several different teams. They got to get that res, but my goodness, they are bossing things right now.
I think JSN just yoinked Nibble's kills. At least like 1 or 2 of those kills. They had a really nice angle of that fight, and they just tried to yoink as many kills as they can. So a little bit unfortunate for Nibble, but 80k is sensing a little bit of blood. And look at Krillix. Krillix is looking to get involved. Yeah, he's got the Rampage. Rampage can do a lot of damage. Zone is going to be closing in here very soon. Actfire. 4 squads in this one. We got JSN, Nibble, and 80k. Not too sure who's the last one. It's Neo solo ratting it for Visimus.
Oof, man, several different teams have got to now try as much as possible to hold Nibble back, because I feel like they're the ones, to defeat. They're not in a really good position, as there's several different teams who have sights on them from different angles. So definitely it's going to change things out, as you do see 80k that's popping up shots right there, holding that Rampage, definitely doing a lot of damage onto the guys from Nibble who are trying to make their way in, and they are able to escape that one right there. right there, but it's still a lot to do. As you can see, the guys from lag just taking up their shots, but Tendo.
It's just carnage, honestly, over here. Ackfire. It looks like ATK is trying to make a play, but JSN seems to be the team that's in a really good spot here to close things down. Defensive bombardments are dropping from every left, right, and corner. ATK, JSN just having a full-on gunfight on the train tracks here. One goes down on the side of JSN. ATK still fighting strong. Chambi's up. And it's Chambi versus Joe and Nai. Can Chambi try and make something happen? He gets the one knock. Chambi now in a really good situation to clutch it up, but he's going for the bat. Look at Joe, he's coming in, he's swooping around the corner. Chambi still helps somehow. He pops the bat. Can Chambi clutch it? No, he can't.
Ooh.
But JSA can. It's Joe to clutch it up. Whew. Oh my gosh, this is definitely a championship. It's a grand final. The energy is freaking popping. I love it. It's crazy, man.
You know, coming in before this game, we were talking a lot about the top guys. You know, the ATKs, the Carthaginians. You know, Nimble, and they did show why they are top teams. But at the end of the day, it seems that we didn't talk about with guys like JSN, ATK, and they sort of.
I said it, guys. I said it. Remember, remember. I was like, guys, we're sleeping on JSN. Watch them do a madness here, and they did it in the first game.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
JSN were one of those teams that were always consistent, right? They were one of the teams that were always doing so good with their rotations, making sure they're getting a good amount of kill points, good amount of placement points, staying consistent game after game after game. Even with the likes of, I think, Carthaginians in their group, they were one of those teams that was staying in those top, three quite consistently. So yeah, we were sleeping on JSN, and here it goes to show why you cannot do that. Coming through with the first win of the day for your grand final of the Apex Legends African Throwdown, and they were picking up kills. I mean, let's break that down. So we had Nibble take out the Carthaginians, then we had ATK take out Nibble, then ATK got taken out by JSN, and in between all of that, we had some solo ratting coming through from Beastmas as well. So I mean, the placement points we're going to be looking at must be insane, Tendo.
Yeah, I mean, it was so confusing up until the end, right? It could have been anyone's game. I mean, ATK plays that a little bit better as a 3v3. It's this, right? Maybe Nibble, if they choose to rotate a little bit earlier, maybe get a little bit more, forward thinking in their position, maybe they're still in that conversation as well, right? I think just JSN plays that well. They had the right little bit of cover, bit of a head glitch to work with there, and they had a good overview of ATK and Nibble, and they just really had to worry about Neo behind them, right? Who wasn't too much of an issue ultimately at the end of the day. So, kudos to JSN for clutching that one up.
I think they did exceptionally. I mean, I can't even imagine the chaos that it must have been, like just looking around and there's like 5 different teams all around you. Carthaginian is still getting that raise at the end of the day. Woo! But for the time being, we are going to go to a short break while those standings are being calculated and while we figure out the math. Thankfully, it's not me doing it. Otherwise, we'd be here for half an hour. But we're going to go to that break. So stay with us, get some snacks, get some water, because it's going to be some spicy action here with the Apex Legends African Throwdown. I'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends African Throwdown Season 2, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. First game done and dusted. It was quite an interesting one. We're going to take a look at the standings quickly and just remind you about what happened and give a brief summary of the absolute chaos that was map number 1 of your grand final. So let's just talk through it briefly. Firstly, let's focus on that big winning number 1 score from JSN right now, leading the pack with 15 kills and a total points of 27 in first place, with ATK in second and Aquaman in third. So currently, and Carthaginians in fourth. So currently, obviously, this is basically our leaderboards. You know, those top 4 are currently the ones that are looking for that share of the prize pool. But of course, we know there's still plenty of games coming through today. I mean, Tendo, you know, without going into any specifics really about all the scores, let's talk a little bit more about that first game. How insane was that final zone?
Yeah, insane final zone. I mean, it all just started to pop off, you know, and there was just kills going left, right, and center. And it's interesting to see, you know, which 3 teams were pretty much sucking up all the kills. Nibble, Cartesians here, you know, and as well as JSN. I mean, they just came through and we picked it up. And that's exactly what we saw in the kill feed as well, right? I mean, you had a glance at the kill feed. It was literally just either Nai coming through,
yeah.
Tenchi, you know, Idamino, Sabron. And it was just those 3 teams kind of doing a madness coming into this first one. But I mean, yeah, let's see what shift of pacing is going to happen here for the lobby to kind of catch up. And I mean, really big game coming in from JSN. I mean, they're comfortable right now to maybe fall off for the next 2 games. You know, you don't want to, obviously, but like it's like, okay, guys, we've got our big game. Let's kind of just like try and stay consistent now.
And what's interesting is we need to notice, you know, the likes of 2 Noobs, 1 Cheetah, Omnius Gaming, you know, Team Bench, Nerdish, like those teams are, you know, at the bottom of our leaderboard right now, currently, because of the absolute chaos that happened in that first game. You know, dying out that early on obviously means that, you know, they're not necessarily picking up as many points as they would have wanted to. Some of them just literally picking up 1 point. But literally on the second half of our standings, we have 0 kills for any of those teams. That's how competitive it is. Ooh.
Dang.
Chambi coming through with your MV1 for match number 1. I mean, Fire, was that expected or was that expected?
I mean, I did expect like ATK to come in, you know, with, you know, something to prove in this finals, and they definitely did that. They did put in, you know, a battle right there, you know, especially, you know, taking out the guys from Nimbo. So for me, yes, this is very well expected from Chambi and the rest of his team. But the team I didn't really expect, although Tendo called it, was JSN. I mean, I didn't expect them to get, you know, 15 kills and, you know, take that win. I was expecting to see, you know, Nimbo or Carthaginians on top of the leaderboard at the end of the day. But they still put up a fight, and they definitely showed that they're here to win this. So yeah, ATK. I mean, they're doing exactly what I did expect. Yeah.
I mean, Tendo, you crowned him. You know, he was the king killer in the semifinals. He was the one that was able to take out the Carthaginians first, and now coming through with that 3.2k damage on the first game of today. Do you think ATK is just getting started? You know, do you think they now know what they're up against, and now they're ready for match number 2 with Chambi just going absolutely crazy as per usual?
I mean, clearly Chambi was already warmed up before this, right? I mean, he just came in here and did an absolute madness on the first game, you know? And I mean, that's true testament to show how much work that someone like Chambi puts in. I mean, you'll see him, he's either in a scrim or he's streaming, playing Apex, grinding the leaderboards with, you know, trying to get on top of Predator. And it definitely pays off at the long run, right? So right now it's definitely kind of like, you know, what Agfire has been saying in terms of time for them to kind of shine and show what they've got, and they definitely can do that. I think now you can identify who are, you know, the heavy hitters in the lobby, who you got to look out for, who's here tonight, because it does always come down to kind of like that first moment, like who is awake right off the beginning, because they're going to be awake throughout. You know, some teams still going to have to try and get online a little bit later throughout the night. And I mean, maybe I'm looking at like OG, who were looking good in a good position, but just fell off. You know, can they get back on their feet?
That's the thing. So because it's a BO6, you know, obviously these teams, the first game, don't worry too much about it. You sort of, finding your feet in this new group. Some of the teams you may be used to playing, some of them you might not be. It's a little bit of a change of pace. So, of course, let's reset. Obviously, the game started, as you mentioned, they sort of get into their heads a little bit. But now they've got a good foundation. They have a fantastic foundation to start with, and they can only go up from here, surely. So I'm hoping to see those teams, finding their footing a little bit better going through into the second match, and hopefully, we'll seeing them on that first part of the standings, and hopefully looking a little bit better on that leaderboard. I mean, Fire, from your side, obviously there was a few teams that were struggling. What do you think was some of the main issues? We saw teams running into. Obviously, that final zone was just crazy, madness, insane. But what were some of the reasons that some of the teams were dying early on?
Yeah, I mean, they were just coming against the heavy hitters. There's a lot more heavy hitters in this, lobby than there was in group stages. You're coming, you go to the left, you're facing Carthaginians. You move to the right, you're facing, Nebo. Especially with Nebo, just coming in with those third parties while teams are fighting, whether it's Dark Esports, taking on fights against several different teams, and they're just coming in and just clutching it and just wiping them out at the end of the day. So it's it's really difficult for a lot of teams, to battle it out when you're fighting, it may be Dark fighting Omnios, and all of a sudden they're getting third partied by Carthaginians, and how do you survive that? Even the big guys are finding it tough because Nebo was trying to make it all the way into the zone. And at the end of the day, they just had two teams just directed. It's like everybody just decided, hey, you know what? Let's stop them, and then we'll fight later. Okay. And then they all just pointed their guns at Nebo. And yeah, it's just really tough. But that ended was heavy.
It was heavy, and we were talking about it off stream. That zone just shifting at the last second to the bridge, and then Tendo, you mentioned, ATK thought the bridge was their saving grace, and it turned out it was griefing in the end there. So anything can happen, Battle Royale. I mean, that's part of the zone. That's why we bring in that RNG. That's why we bring in the excitement of Battle Royale in the beginning. But we're going to look into game number 2 of your grand final of the Apex Legends African Throwdown, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. It's Tendo, it's Fire that are your casters for this evening, and I think they've been doing a pretty good job. Give them some love and chat because they've been absolutely just insane in Season 2. So guys, please once again, go and do a madness and take us into game number 2.
Big shout out to Ez, of course, as well, for hosting the whole shebang and keeping the vibes vibing. And I mean, yeah, speaking of vibes, it brings like this phrase in my head, match my energy. Do you think the teams need to match the energy of ATK, and Carthaginians and Nibble, right? Because clearly they were all on that same wavelength of like, guys, we're here to play, we're killing everybody, and we're running through everybody. Do the rest of the teams need to match the energy right now? Or do you maybe think it's, no, let's not match the energy, let's bring our own energy?
I think they definitely should stick to their own game because you saw at the end of the day there, what really helped guys like JSN and ATK was rotating into the zone, right? Getting into a good spot, focusing on their own game and their own strengths, right? They weren't trying to be aggressive and scout people like the Carthaginians were doing. They weren't trying to play to accommodate, Nimble and the rest. But they stuck to their own guns. They rotated and got themselves into a good spot, like you said, the guys from JSN, usually do. And at the end of the day, that paid off. That paid off. It's like I don't know the word to use. Well, let me say, being aggressive at the right time, just at that right moment, where you can begin to take out these big boys, and that's exactly what they need.
Yeah, it's definitely just knowing when to use that aggression that your team has in the right situation. And again, it comes to timing and just going back to that whole topic we are talking about, of being the IGL in the team, right? Making those game, defining decisions that some players in your team might not have, the courage to make. But I mean, speaking of like courage, is an extreme amount of legend diversity here, and everybody has this courage to just pick whatever they feel is comfortable to work inside of this this meta. Is really fast paced, I feel. You know, I think especially with the Carthaginians, they came through with that same method they were playing with during the semifinals. The Seer, the Octane, and the Revenant, just super aggressive, super aggro. But then you have the counter in the lobby where everybody can, like, you know, kind of fly away with their Valkyries. They got the Gibbies, they've got the Caustics. You know, it's kind of just like this mix and match over here. You know, that everybody kind of has to just be courageous in and feel like their pick is the right one.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like one of the teams that has shown that they can get into fights, they can get into battles, definitely is WRG. They didn't grab a couple, a lot of points like we did expect in the last game. Oh, maybe having some issues right there. But they didn't grab a couple of points like we expected in the last game. But I mean, they showed that they could fight. They showed that they could get, the kills. And I feel like they will come back into this game, trying as much as possible to get a lot more placement points than they did in that last one. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, and I mean, drop spots were pretty much like, you know, everybody had a spot to be like, hey, this is where we're at. This is exactly where we're going to be playing. We didn't see too many off spawn contestations, you know, maybe a snip here or there, and a couple of teams that maybe are a little bit closer, you know, because some POIs are obviously a little bit closer to others. But I mean, for the most part, yeah, right here, quick distribution and looking exactly what I'm talking about is that everybody's kind of got a spot to play with. I mean, Nibbles feeling a little bit of heat there. I believe that's Don't Stop Gaming on top of them, but they didn't fight originally. They might fight now. They're really close to each other. So that's going to be quite interesting to see. The zone is pulling south side this time as well at Fire. So now everybody has to make this really strenuous rotation from the north side.
Yeah, exactly. They made the rotation the last time, so definitely they will be doing that. Again, the guys from Nibu do have company around them, so we might be seeing some fights coming up right there. And they do need to be careful because the Carthaginians, are just not too far away, and we do know they love to get into those third parties and sweep in. So yeah, Nibu got to be really careful because they might be getting into some fights right here if and a third party if they're not careful, and we may see one of the big hitters going out quite early. But that would be interesting to see. I want to see it. I don't know about you, Tendo.
Don't Stop Gaming. I'm looking to contest Nimble though. Just popping a couple of shots here is Nando, just trying to do as much as he can. For now, they're not really trying to get, in their faces and get too involved with that fight. They're just trying to get as much loot as they can on their rotation. I mean, Armor's obviously starting off with whites is not always the greatest thing. Coming off and taking a fight, you're pretty much in a really vulnerable position. You want to at least have a blue on you, just like Clutch over here, the one member on the team. They're really split as well, right? Don't Stop Gaming. If they get caught out by maybe a full Nibble 3-stack that might be roaming in and around the corner, it might be detrimental for them. But actually, look, Nibble's actually just getting out of here, but Nibble's walking in to where the Carthaginians are, but ATK is there as well. And I mean, they all have to move north side, right? And it's these chokeholds again here, where it's like staging area just outside of Fragment as well, with those mountains, where all these teams are pretty much going to collide. But now we're tuning in to Laggy Boys.
I feel like personally, I want to see an early fight, that is, uninterrupted between two big hitters. So let's say Nibu or Carthaginians without a third party coming in, without shots, doing damages from several different teams. Because I felt like when the Carthaginians and Nibu met on in the first time, there was GSN, there was ATK, doing some damage coming in from, third party shots and all that. So for me, I'd like to see some damage being done, but it does look like the guys from Nibo are getting into a fight right here on their own, as they might be against the guys from Don't Stop Gaming right here.
Yeah, the Pathfinder takes the zip, but Clutch is in a tough spot here. The entire Nimble roster is right on top. The bubbles popped. Are they gonna start fighting him? It seems like he's in just a weird spot. Nando's already been knocked, so we didn't really get to see that in the kill feed. They're gonna test him as well, get that early KP onto Tenchi. It's down to just a two-man on Don't Stop Gaming, and this is what I was talking about, right? Close to Nibble. Are you ready for this kind of fight, right? Are you ready for this, contestation in this kind of area? Yes, Skyhook is nice and big, and maybe Nibble will decide to just leave you guys alone because they've got enough loot. But knowing Nibble, they'll come for that fight. I mean, Carthaginians are close as well. That might be a really big fight that breaks loose. Laggy Boys is in the same building, I believe, here. with Team Bench. So this is also an early fight, and it feels like your wish is coming true here at Fire with all these early fights about to happen.
Yeah, definitely. We do need those early fights to come in.
Oh, they're
and,
gone.
you know,
They're like, nope. None of
We're
that.
out of here. We're out of here. We're out of here. Not having any of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, you know, that part in that early stage where everybody's kind of got really to work with, and Nibble, though, everything seems a little bit detrimental. Yeah, these cracks on opposite sides. Carthaginians have just taken Nibble out of the equation, and they're just done for the count. Unfortunately, they did so well in the first game, and yeah, I mean, that north side of the map, we were discussing it, like, you know, there's just all the heavy hitting teams that happened in the previous game as well at Fire, where they all landed. I think just because of how the zone was pulling, they ended up not having to really collide with each other. But obviously, you know, when the zone is this far down, you can make that call to be like, hey guys, there's definitely going to be teams that are rotating slowly, that are trying to take these kind of fights. Let's fish around, you know. And that's exactly what the Carthaginians did. They were fishing around, and I think unfortunately now Don't Stop Gaming is getting away scot-free, right? Yes, they're down one member, but they're still alive, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're definitely still alive. And I just spoke about this moments ago. You know, I want to see a fight coming on between the Carthaginians and Nimble without, you know, the third party coming in. But now tuning on to the guys from JS, and you can see they were just popping up those shots right there onto another team. We just tune in onto the side right now just to know who they're facing. But JSN is also one of those teams who, you know, who got about 15 kills in the last game. So they're also continuing on that onslaught as they're being aggressive. But I mean, I do feel for the guys from Nimble, you know, going out quite early in this game. But definitely, Carthaginians are showing, you know, their powers. They're showing their powers as, you know, one of those teams who are heavy hitters in this game. And they're now, you know, probably one of the only heavy hit, like the top heavy hitters left in this game, and they might be able to go on and stamp their foot in this game so far.
I mean, WRG, Vicious, you know, Ominous, they're there, here and there.
I mean, they're still
80K,
there.
80K, look, they're in Geyser flying around. It's not over just yet, just because Nibble is out. Yes, there were some heavy hitters, but we'll just have to wait and see, because, you know, last end game was a good example of you're in the game, end game, and you think you might just win, but someone might creep on behind you and ruin your day. Lots of teams in that end game zone, like, you know, starting to structure themselves and find a little bit of real estate to work with. Lots of teams also still have to make a really, really long rotation. They're getting kind of caught out in that area. I believe there was a res on the side of Don't Stop Gaming because they have the full 3-man backup. Punks who went out early in that first game. Just locking horns a little bit. Ooh, a Creel. Oh no, Rexu's there. And they're going to be aggressive on that WRG. They got the knock. They know they can work with this. And look at them moving like a unit here, rolling into this fight. Not much that they can really do here to recover poor Creel. And I wonder if Punks is just opting to get out of this situation because, man, that is unfortunate.
Definitely WRG, one of those things that we spoke about before this game started as, you know, an aggressive team who got a couple of kills in the last game, but not able to quite get those placement points and get themselves into a good position. So they've got to, you know, with Nibble after this game right now, it's probably going to give a lot of these teams, you know, that opportunity to see JSN trying to make their way into a good spot as well, with the zone closing in right there. And all of these teams are now be looking to make it in.
There's still lots of teams that are gonna ultimately get stuck in lava siphon. It's the Carthaginians. Ooh, Sabron takes a lot of damage. They actually exchanged in a fight here with CCP. Sabron and Tran both really low. And there's the totem. They're gonna pop it through. They're about to do one of their signature pushes, their signature plays. But good ulti pop coming in here from CCP to deter them for just a little bit, and now they can just send them back, reset this fight as well as they can. But no, the Carthaginians just hung around the edge of their defensive bombardment. They're not really doing too much damage. Yeah, not too much for now with their ulti. They will be able to just reset themselves just for a little bit here, the team of CCP. But no, they're unrelenting here. The Carthaginians are probably just going to run back into this, but they can hold for now, CCP. Are they going to just opt to run through the tunnel and just not get involved right now with this fight? Just knowing how detrimental it can be so early on. It does seem like that maybe might be the option. The K just popped over. Yeah, and oh no, Juno goes down. Tran and Death's Joker, the only ones left. And the Cathedrals, they don't really care about that. They're coming in for this one. They're coming in to clean them up. And I mean, it's just going to be an all-out gun brawl here. All angles are covered from the Cartesians, and they take them out real nice and clean.
Yeah, this is what we spoke about right there. The Carthaginians now looking on to begin to show the dominance in this game. They can rotate into that zone quite easily. They haven't got a lot of teams just in front of them. So yeah, great job for them. They've got a couple of kills. Now they can go on and try to seal out this game. But my goodness, CCP, they did put up a fight right there. They did try to repel the attacks, but once that first knock just came through, it just felt like it was over.
Yeah, I like the decision making. They popped the ulti nice and quickly, to stop the push and buy some time with, the death totem. But at the end of the day, they're still chipping away at a little bit of HP here and there, the Cartesians. And as soon as they can get one little opening and Judo goes down, it's wraps for them pretty much. So back here at the launch site where the zone is ultimately going to be pulling towards. We still have 15 teams in this one, and it's been hectic thus far. Everything's a little bit steady here. Vismas have now come to the spot where we lost our punks. And there's the poor death box of Akio. But Visimus now just holding their ground.
Yeah, Visimus versus WRG. Two heavy hitters in this particular game, looking to contest each other, looking to take things out, but they're pretty much just being cautious at this particular point in time. WRG do need those placement points. They do need to climb up on that leaderboard, but as well, they do the kill. So we're curious to see if they do make that push. But they do look like they're just holding the different spots right now. But we'll see how it does go down. As ATK looks like they might be pulling up onto the same position. So we might be seeing some third parties, coming in. Maybe okay, maybe not.
Yeah, and I think, launch site is one of those zones where it's kind of like fragment, where there's lots of room to work with, lots of these little compounds in a sense around the area that squads can just find a place to post up. And we're just gonna see a stacked end game pretty much ultimately here. JSN definitely still in this conversation, coming in strong as our lost champions of the game. And they're probably looking to get another win under their belt, right? I think, looking at a series of 6, I think you're looking at 2 wins and playing consistently, you can probably clutch it up and at least finish in top 3. They're gatekeeping a team for now. It looks like OG once again has gone down early. Unfortunately for them, they've gone down to the hands of Idamino and the gang there over at the Cartesians.
Yes.
And JSN just looking to aggress onto this.
Man, but just like you said, the guys from JSN just need to try as much as possible to get themselves a few points right now as they are pushing. All right, the push from Lag coming right here as JSN and the rest of his team are just trying to get those extra kill points. They do take out the team, and definitely what you do expect from them right here. So JSN is keeping up the aggression that we did see in the last game, and yeah, they're getting themselves those extra points. Do you think this will be enough for them to stay up on that leaderboard at the end of the day?
Yeah, I mean, the longer they keep alive, right, the more points and the more distance they can garner themselves in that leaderboard over the night. This is still the second game, right, ladies and gentlemen, right? So we still got a bit of a marathon to go. Zone is going to be pulling quite central. It feels a little bit odd, just looking at the zone. I feel a little bit uncomfortable. I don't know if I'm the only one here. I'm sure the teams are feeling just as uncomfortable because now you're kind of like not in that center of one side. It's really tough for you. Cartesians, they really don't care. They're just gonna try to get as many kills as they can on the edge of the zone. Try and make thoughtful rotations here and there as much as they can, but for the most part, they'll be looking for kills, they'll be looking for damage, yeah. And Jeeves is up and alive, solo player here, trying to play as the Wraith, but I mean, look at these angles that he's getting attacked at. I mean, there's not much you can do. Oh, Bud comes down out of nowhere from above. It seems like someone's dropped down and is ringing the party here, and it's actually JSN versus the Cartesians now.
No, this is a really, really, really big play from the guys from JSN, as they do need to take out the Cartesians if they are going to claim their spots on that, leaderboard, because these are the guys you want to be taking out. And if they can take out the guys from Cartesians, they might be able to move up all the way onto, the final circle. But, the Cartesians, we do know how tough they are to take out of the game, but JSN is making that move. We do see them popping out shots onto Sabron, taking them out, and my goodness, JSN being absolutely wild in this game.
You know, and you come back to that whole idea of like group stages, you know, Cartesians, they're going rampant, you know, they're cleaning up everybody. Semi-finals, the same. Grand finals, you know, Ez keeps asking the question, will they do it? And clearly it's looking to be a little bit tough, you know. Yes, the first game was really good coming in from them, right? But they playing exactly the same as they played in that first game, and now, because everybody's catching on to this whole idea of they're just gonna run at us, right, guys? You know, we can just catch them out on these really awkward positions. That's exactly what ends up happening. So now you have to worry for a couple of these teams that aren't in one side here, right? At Fire. Because if you've seen this zone, if you're not in one side and on one side zone, you're on the opposite side of that mountain. If you have a Valkyrie, you're maybe a little bit safe, you know, and let's just hope you get across that mountain. But for the most part, you're going to have to be looking for this rotation now.
Yeah, definitely. And I think another thing that's, definitely helped, GSN is their confidence level at this particular point in time. They're just trying to gun down Adam, just trying to pop out that shot as he's just hanging out there on that mountain, trying to keep the hopes for his team alive. But the guys from JSN are not having any of that as you're just watching, waiting for that opportunity to take him down. Yeah, I mean, they don't want any revive going down, but man, it's a really tough one for the Carthaginians.
Yeah, I think just based on the spot here, I'm a bit worried for JSN as well, right? They're so focused on this solo, who's not really a big issue for them for now, instead of worrying about their rotation, right? So now you got to think of like WRG, who's, oh no. Oh, they're sending this poor man. Does he know that they're coming? Look at Idamino, he's trying to run away, guys. He doesn't know. I don't know if he does know. He hasn't looked back once to really check. Jason isn't really pushing him, at least for the most part, and they're just letting him get away. And maybe, just maybe, these are the small little placement points that he's gonna suck up in the lobby, you know, as a bit of a nuisance as that solo player that's really gonna come back and bite a lot of these teams. But I think they're just gonna try and dog him down anyways. I mean, look at that kill feed, it's starting to pop off. It looks like team bench is going down to the hands of Dog. 80k is taking a couple of shots at them as well. I mean, 80k is in the conversation. 80k is just out here trying to pop a couple of shots, trying to deal a little bit of damage. JSN are trying to be a little bit antsy over here, and they're trying to get involved here. I believe Dark Esports is above them.
Yeah, so JSN definitely coming into the second game, they're showing that they're not about to play, they're about to change positions and get into that spot. Definitely one of those teams that always is looking to be in
Dude,
a
are two
strong
teams
position.
busy Valkyrie flying? Can you see that? I swear. Like everybody's just like repositioning now. Like, okay, guys, it's time to react.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like I feel like it's going to be JSN's game. The way this is going down. I mean, we may see 80k come in and finally grab this game on, but these teams are really stepping it up. I didn't expect to see this. I still expected to see the guys from Nimble, Carthaginians, just sort of like seal out this game. But now you have the guys from S4 just popping out shots as they do come in right here and pop them shots. They're looking to clear things out, but Carthaginian guys from JSN are still putting up a real strong fight right there. They got one player down, but they're still holding. Oh my goodness.
They've just been absolutely mangled on their rotation, right? And I was talking about them taking a little bit too much time. Yes, you have that Valkyrie for that reposition, but you don't know what's ahead of you, what's in front of you, and it's absolute carnage in front of you with all these spots that have already been positioned. Now he's trying to get armor swaps over here, and they're trying to shoot him at the same time. He finds one for now. He's chilling, but for how long? A defensive bombardment is going to drop down over here onto the team of Nerdish as well. We're feeling the heat. They're feeling the pressure. They might need to push down Nye, or will Nye do a madness onto them from the angle that he's in? He's managed to heal up just a little bit, but yeah, probably out for the count at this point. And WRG is just up there. They've been here the entire game pretty much for the most part. They're that team that land at thermal. They make that early rotation after they read the zone, and they're here. They're ready to win this game. But 80k, they're still here. They're still in the conversation.
Man, this one is really tough to call, as a lot of the big boys, from the last game have pretty much been taken out right now. Nimble is out, GSN is out, Carthaginians is out, and it's just left with 80k, who's sitting up on that leaderboard. So this is definitely an opportunity for WRG, who just came in to provide that last sweep onto the last guy from JSN, and it'll be curious to see how this game just pan out. But definitely an opportunity for WRG to seal off this game, and also 80k as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit slow, right? Because there's lots of cover for all the teams to work with to some degree, right? Until everybody has to start stacking on top of each other. I see Swamp Creatures is also involved in the conversation, and Swamp Creatures is one of those teams that just likes to watch everybody fight and then they wait, right? I remember their one win during the semifinals, I believe it was, where they just actually did that. You know, everybody was fighting in the landslide. They were watching from a distance, and they just came in, cleaned it up, and they won their game, right? And maybe they're looking to do the exact same thing here. Chambi, alternator in hand. Whoa, someone just popped out of nowhere over here on top of them. They're gonna have to pop the ulti on here, and all of a sudden, everyone's just converging onto the spot of ATK, and they're holding their ground for now, but they're taking damage from every single direction. What can you even do? It feels like people have just, you know, redeployed on top of them, and I think that's exactly what happened there. Nerdish trying to get themselves into the zone. They face ATK, they go down, and Visimus is still involved. They're trying to take some fights. They're trying to pop some shots. Oh no, not at ATK. I thought that was towards ATK's side, but no. ATK is safe for now, but Krelix is down. Will the rest come through? Oh, they're coming through to try and do a little bit of damage, and Chambi right now, this has to be a rock, a pillar for the team to try and hold things down. Him and Dust with Krelix down is such a tough position for them to work with 5 squads left in the zone.
Man, it was really tough for a couple of those teams right there. As you do see the guys on ATK trying to hold up shots against the guys from Visimus, who are looking to pull up onto the position. Ali looking to make that call onto the guys from ATK, and it's a really tough one. And they might be able to just get that rest just in time for them to go into that final circle. So we're down to just 5 teams, and it's really interesting to see how the guys from Visimus are going to be playing this one. Really great game for them, you know, getting into those final circles. Definitely what they need, getting a couple of kills. ATK does look like a team that has been, you know, playing this one quite well. They've defended their position, you know, really good. They still got the guys from WRG who are still in this, as ATK keeps on trying as much as possible to hold their spot and defend against several different teams who are trying to make the drop onto them. Who do you think is going to close this one out?
Oh, ATK is going for the ballsy play here to redeploy, ladies and gentlemen. And they'll be gliding in the sky like angels. And who's going to be their victim here? WRG is below them, Visimus is below. And they're looking to take on WRG, guys. This is the grand finals of the NODWIN Throwdown here. It's going crazy here. WRG versus ATK. Who's going to come up on top here? It looks good for ATK for now, but no, actually WRG is doing the absolute madness. And they hold things down for themselves. 3 squads left in this one. 1 member's down on WRG, and look at Cano. Cano's trying to be cheeky. Cano's trying to get involved. Visimus is still alive down below. Look at Cano, he's swooping in. He's trying to get as many angles as he can here. Oh, this is Visimus ulti. Can Visimus make a play as well? But no, Ali goes down out of nowhere. It's just a split fight from every single direction. Everyone's forgotten about WRG. Actually, I'm lying. Radical's fighting WRG while his teammates are fighting Visimus. They're alive. It's all up to Cano versus Lone. What is going on in this final game? Cano swooping in here. Can Cano clutch it up against Lone? The fight is looking grim for Lone. The armor swap is huge here for Lone, but it's not enough. No, Swamp Creatures clutches up, and our very own Wikipedia editor comes through with the big clutch.
Man, I wasn't expecting that to happen at the end of the day, for Cano to take that one away all on his own. But my goodness, definitely a really good game for them as they do seal that one off. But definitely the moment that was really crazy was when ATK made that drop onto WRG. I did think they were going to take it home, but WRG really held that position quite well. Really interested to see.
You can't call him a Wikipedia editor anymore. He's a professional now with the Apex Legends African Throwdown. Thank you very much. Clutching it out with an absolute insane rat. I think he was there in the top 5, somehow just slinking his way in between all the teams. Picked the perfect time to pick up some kills there, you know, with the Visimus fight that was breaking out there. Turns around and finds Lone. Didn't even have an armor swap, and this man made it work. Woo! Kano coming through with an absolute MVP play for his team. Tendo, did we know our Wikipedia editor is this cracked at Apex?
I mean, look, you're gonna be like watching and editing Apex, you know, Wikipedia the whole time. You have to learn a couple of things here and there, watch all these pro games, right? And he's putting it into show, right? And I mean, that entire team was actually alive there of Swamp Creatures as. And what actually ended up happening is the team made this rogue call to kind of just like juggle all the fights together. You know, you had Radical and Arson trying to fight Visimus while Cano's being cheeky onto WRG, and they're just trying to interchange with each other. And that's why it was just so crazy, right? Because it was just somehow Swamp Creatures were able to just juggle things together. And I called it. they're that team that just watch everything go down, and then they're like, okay, guys, this is happening in front of us. Let's go and do this and win it out.
They are swamp
Nah.
creatures.
I thought we mentioned it in the beginning when we started the stream. You know, we said in one of the semi-finals, Sword Creatures just out of nowhere, just went and took a W out of. And once again, who did they take out to get that W? WRG. Who did they take out to get this W? WRG. Once again, it's like the semi-finals are just repeating themselves coming through to this. Fire, I mean, I asked you this in the beginning, but I'm going to ask you now since I have the opportunity. How has your experience been with Apex getting thrown into the deep end like this?
Man, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. I'll tell you this for one. It's probably one of the fastest games that that's out there. It's different. It's not like any other battle royale that I've seen, and it's really interesting and enough for me to want to play it a lot more than I am doing now.
I'm telling you, it's a little bit of an addiction. You can tell. You start it, and then all of a sudden you're spending that custom money on battle passes, and it grows from there. I mean, Tendo can probably speak more about it than I can personally. If we're talking about battle passes and skins, but it's fine. Moving on. I mean, Tendo, from your side. That was insane in terms of the heavy hitters that we kept having, going up against each other. I mean, we obviously, we had the likes of Nibble, getting full circle revenge from the Carthaginians, making sure that the Carthaginians would want to take out Nibble this time around, and a little bit of a revenge story there. Idamino with the run Forest run solo, trying to get away from JSN, making it work, and then all of a sudden JSN finding themselves in a perfect third party between, I believe it was Nerdish and WRG, and then they get taken out even though they were doing so well. And that redeploy from ATK, don't even get me started on that. What is the luck with that? I mean, Valkyrie's coming into a big play tonight.
Yeah, I think just that ability to reposition is so clutch, right? I mean, yeah, it's kind of rough. How does that gunfight go? Maybe if ATK is a little bit more ready for that, maybe. Yeah, it's just tough to call, man. It could have gone anyway. I think ATK could have won that gunfight, maybe WRG, but ultimately, just with the position, WRG is just in a safe spot. But it's almost just like an all-in play for ATK, right? When you redeploy on that, you're just trying to get that one extra squad out so you can get that extra placement point. You've done enough. There's not much we can do. We're pinned against the wall. We have to just do as much as we can at that point, right?
I think that's the risk that you run with that Valkyrie play. Obviously, it's so OP, especially within that later zone. That Valkyrie passive coming through, being able to detect where everyone's around, and you can sort of, you have a little bit of time to make your decision. Okay, do we want to drop on those 3 dots, on those 2 dots, on those 1 dot, and then you take that risk. But we've seen time and time again how sometimes that Valkyrie redeploy really works out for some of the teams. And then, I mean, a classic example is Nerdish, the times that they dropped on JSN in those final zones, and they just weren't ready for it, because as soon as you drop, obviously the team that's already on the floor, already waiting and swiveling their head looking for this redeploy Valkyrie that's coming in, they're going to be ready for you. And it's unfortunate, but I think ATK managed to survive some crazy times. Looking at the standings, of course, White Rabbit actually running away there with the W because of the extra kill points that they picked up. So currently tied with Swamp Creatures there, weirdly enough, but they had more kill points, so that's why they're in that first place. JSN coming through in that third place with 13 points, and the Carthaginians sitting in fourth at the moment, but they tied with ATK in terms of points. So it's so close. And I mean, if we look at, the standings this time around, we're seeing a little bit more of those points going through, maybe 1 or 2 kills going to the second half of those standings. But hey, Tendo, I mean, what are your thoughts about this? How is this shaping up to look for the rest of those teams?
It's exactly that storyline of like, guys, this is the best 20 teams in one lobby. Any one of these teams has pop-up potential. I mean, Swamp Creatures is kind of like a dark horse in the tournament, right? They come in kind of like as this ragtag team, just trying to make, a name for themselves. They've got the Wikipedia editor, of course, inside there that, we highlight every now and then. And they just play Apex consistently all the time, and they're just getting better together as a team, right? And they're just able to pop up and win games here and there. I mean, any one of these teams can win a game tonight. So it can be so explosive and volatile that you just don't know. But I mean, look, MVP going out to the man, the myth, the legend here, Rexu from WRG, 1.9 damage, 6 kills. And yeah, WRG, they held their ground. I think it's unfortunate because ATK can either choose to drop on Vicimus, Swamp Creatures, or WRG. They don't know who it is at the end of the day, right? You know what I mean? They have to just drop on one team who they think has the best position to win out the game. And unfortunately, you know, WRG being that team that's smart enough to be in that end game position to win is the team to get dropped on.
Exactly that. It's that 50-50 risk. Which of the 3 dots are my better 3 dots? How would you know? But with that, the second game has come to a close, so we're going to go to a very short break. When we come back, of course, we're going to take a look at that overall leaderboard. So, you know, with the standings of match 1 and the standings of match 2, where are your teams, you know, currently standing? Who's looking like they're going to be taking that share of that prize pool? So you want to stick around, get some snacks once again, maybe get some water for Tendo and Fire. I mean, they're going to be screaming their lungs out tonight. So give our casters some love. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back, everyone. This is the Apex Legends African Throwdown brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. Game 2 was insane. It was not a little bit insane. It was very insane. So we could take a look at those overall standings. Just to remind you, that's obviously the standings from Game 1, Game 2 added together. So, you know, we don't have to do the math because math is not what we're here for. We're here to see who's going to be the winner of Season 2. So currently, as it stands, our top 4 who are currently looking to take a share of that prize pool are JSN in first place with 40 points, ATK Esports in second place with 28, Carthaginians very close there with 27 points in third place, and White Rabbit in fourth place with 24. So currently those are the top 4. Now Tendo, let's talk a little bit about like where's everyone else sitting. You know, Omnius Gaming, I'm seeing, you know, two noobs, one cheater.
Two noobs, one cheater. That is crazy. You know, I mean,
what's happening?
What's going on with Vias and the boys? Maybe they're just, you know, about to turn online, you know, and I mean, you look at those teams, right? Even Team Bench, the Don't Stop Gaming, Punks, they can pop off, you know, if they played well, play their cards right, they definitely can be still in this conversation. But now it's kind of like, you know, the halfway point in terms of just like, hey guys, first game we had a little bit of a taste of how everybody's playing. Second game we definitely had a taste of how everybody's playing. So now we know what to do, how to counter what's going on in the lobby. And I mean, the top 4 right now is looking really, really strong. I think JSN is nice for now, you know, but one bad game from them and everybody kind of catches up. So they also need to still tread carefully for now. But hey, you know, kudos for them for holding up the top of the pack.
I can't believe how this has been turning out. But I mean, currently it's looking fantastic there for JSN. And of course, you know, some of the others, you know, slipping through there. But I mean, we had a surprise team come through, of course, in game number 2 to take the W. So, I mean, that does not stop us from looking at the rest of the games and thinking the exact same thing. Like you said, maybe, you know, two noobs, one cheater, they're about to switch on, and we've seen them do crazy things, you know, in previous seasons in their respective teams, and maybe they could do it again. And of course, so many other teams that are fighting for the share of that prize pool and all the bragging rights coming through from the Apex Legends African Throwdown Season 2. So, of course, let's get into this map as soon as we can. It's Tendo, it's Fire to take you through the third map of your grand final for the African Throwdown. Give them some love, guys, please. Let's go into it.
All right, Akfire, this is kind of our last game casting Apex together, and I mean, so that's why today has been absolutely amazing, man. I mean, you know, what are you expecting to really see coming in to this third game, right? At kind of like just before that halfway point, right? Because, you know, officially halfway is going to be right when game 4 starts, right? So you're still in that first half. What is next? What is the plan? How do you attack this?
Like for me, I'm hoping to see guys like Nimble, you know, Carthaginians step it up a notch. Be a little bit more cautious because, you know, for guys like the Carthaginians, you know, they're coming into this game and, you know, they're coming with the same game plan, right? Although it does look like Sabron has switched it up, you know, switched up his legend. But, you know, they've been coming up with the same game plan and getting taken down. You understand? You know, trying to push up against teams, although they did get a good one up against, you know, the guys from Nimble and took them out quite early. So that definitely puts like, you know, a dent into Nimble's chances. But I don't know. I don't know. They've got to switch things up, and it does look like they're definitely doing that right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've loved the story of the Carthaginians, you know, in the African Throwdown, right? Because it's just one of those teams that we didn't have too much information about, and now we have all the information, right? And now you kind of have these expectations of like, what can you do? You know, you don't just walk out of the semifinals as the highest scoring team, and we don't have expectations for you in grand finals. Are they living up to it? Top 4, it's good so far, but we need to see a little bit more, and maybe the comp change is going to be exactly what is going to pull that out for them. But ladies and gentlemen, game 3 of this 6-game series coming in. Yeah, I mean, look, we want to see Ominous. We want to see two noobs, one cheater, maybe make something shake over here. You know, we saw CCP in that tunnel fight, Carthaginians. You know, want to see them as well. Like, you know, everybody needs to start to show up now.
Yeah, they did put up like a really, really strong fight up against the guys from Carthaginians, you know, to sort of like stop them from making that move right there with that dead totem. But, you know, the Carthaginians do know how, you know, to play in a particular way to just seal things off, although they're saying things off now. So to be curious to see how they do make those push and those attacks. But yeah, with a different flight path here, I don't know. Who do you think is going to Oof, Team
Oh my
Bench.
gosh, Team Bench is just involved in the fight already with the Carthaginians and the devotion, but he needs to reload here, Idamino. It's going a little bit crazy already right in the beginning. The strafe is not it. Wait, whoa, why did you go for the punch? Cat's gonna take you down. If you're gonna be cheeky with her like that, she's still up, she's still alive. Bart is the only one alive on the team. He's gonna get the res at least. Cat's nowhere to be seen for now. Cat is in a really sneaky position. Can she get the one knock? She can't. And Team Bench is out and it's already going crazy. Carthaginians has changed their drop spot and they land on Team Bench. But Team Bench, unfortunately, is the worst team in that situation to come up. But hey, Carthaginians now in a bit of a rough spot. Oof.
Definitely an interesting one for them. As
Like
they
we just started. Let me just hey.
Early on, getting the kills, getting those points. So yeah, definitely a really good one for them. They do want to step up on that leaderboard. So that's exactly what we do need to see from them.
Yeah, and look at the north side of the map. What's going on, right? Like you know what we said in terms of like first game. Let's see what you're doing. Second game, we kind of know what you're doing, but let's still kind of stick with our game plan. Now we're kind of seeing that. Okay, guys, 2 games in, nothing's really working for us. Let's change it up. Now you have Team Benched versus Carthaginians. You know, they're hitting the really contested drop spot here of Fragment center zone, looking to play zone. They've got the Valkyrie on them now, and now they're coming back in this conversation. You know, now I'm a little bit more interested to see exactly how they can work this around. But for now, still 18 squads in the zone, right? You know, it's pulling into a bit of an awkward position once again. You know, we might see a lot of squads stacked on top of each other, but it looks like another fight's going to break loose here between the Carthaginians.
Yeah, definitely. The Carthaginians are about to pull up onto Nano and the rest of his team, and they'll be looking to see how they can get those extra kills from them. But they've got to be careful. They don't want to be taken out, or have any surprises again, because this is where they do need to begin to put their foot down up on today's games. One great game with a lot of kills definitely change things up. But turning on to the guys from Laggy Boys, you can see them just popping out shots onto the guys from Carthaginians, and they've got to be careful. Laggy Boys, they do play like a team that has the potential to take people out. Sometimes they may not get into those good positions, but they can play spoiler right here.
Yeah, you're definitely correct, right? They made it to the grand finals for a reason. They can't hold themselves up in a fight. Against the Carthaginians, we'll just have to wait and see. It looks like they're gonna try pop the cage here. Domino's just trying to close the distance, but Laggy Boys are making a wise choice and just trying to disengage. They're probably gonna take the high ground here, which will really put them at a big advantage to try and take up this fight. Titan leading the pack there, trying to get them all on the top of this building. I mean, yeah, Fragment. This is exactly what happens when there's lots of teams contesting. They're gonna end up fighting, and Titan's got a really nice spot here to maybe chip away, get a little bit of damage in here. Doesn't look like the Carthaginians want to push as well. It seems a little bit too far. He's farming this poor player who's just trying to get the beacon, man. Leave him alone, Titan. But he gets away at least without his life being taken.
Yeah, definitely. All right. So it's definitely an interesting one for a lot of these teams, as it does look like, after the first games, now they've become a little bit more cautious. Now they're trying as much as possible to get in those spots. But what I do want to see though is teams like JSN, just go all out and take that risk against several different teams. Now you've gotten the points. Now you're staying on top. If you do have one bad game, it's okay. You can come back in the next game and still play as well as you can. But sitting on top with 40 points definitely does give them an opportunity to take a lot more risk.
Yeah, sometimes it's about taking risks, right? To ultimately put yourself at the top of that leaderboard. And we've got a couple of teams here at launch side, just locking horns a little bit, not really looking to get too involved here. Holy Guacamole gonna back off from that zone, is starting to close on in. And I mean, compared to what we've seen in the last 2 games, teams are actually making these really fast rotations, right? I think we have a lot more teams in the zone, and we're tuning into Aquaman going down to the hands of Neil on the side of Visimus. And yeah, Aquaman, they kind of gone all of a sudden, man. We just tuned in, and Visimus just plays that quite well. I think they were a little bit occupied there, obviously, with Punks taking that fight, didn't watch their back, and Visimus is here to clean it up, and now Visimus has this spot that they're most likely looking to contest, and they got a good spot to hold things down. And I mean, you got to look at the team here. Neo, Ali, Junior coming in to replace Scare. They still have a really good shot here to get a couple of points down in. But Lava Siphon, we haven't seen Lava Siphon zones too much in the African Throwdown. I think maybe just one, that legendary game where Vibin, who are unfortunately not here, and I mean, that's just to show how tough it is, right? In this grand final where Vibin was at the top, of Lava Siphon, and they managed winning that game with Alpha doing absolute heroics for his team.
But tuning in right here onto the guys from Nimbo, trying to make that push right there. And just trying to be careful. They have an opportunity to get themselves those extra points. Now, they're a team who got taken out by the guys from Cartagena in that last game, but they're pushing up right here onto the guys from S4DB. And it does look like they're pretty much getting stunned right now, but the guys from Liverpool putting up a fight and taking them out. Definitely what you expect. My goodness.
Dude, how awkward was that position that the player was in? He just sees everybody walking in, but they don't see him, and he starts to shoot, and they just turn around, because Nibble's just like that. And for now, Nibble's fine. The defensive bombardment went out, but, they're in a building, so that's not really going to be a big threat for them. Everything's settling down just a little bit around the area. 16 squads are up, and, I mean, Nibble's, doing their same game plan here. They're not really afraid. I feel like they a really mechanically gifted team, and they definitely can take up as many fights as they can. And a team that we haven't seen too much of tonight, I believe, that's 69, and 69, they were looking good. I mean, they just need to put some numbers on the board here to really start to activate themselves. And look at this. Cartesians are going down over here. It's a big fight. I'm pretty sure Nibble might be around the corner, just in and around. But it seems like they're just in an all-out warfare here with CCP. And he gets taken down. Sabron's still up, gets an armor swap. Can he get his teammates up? He looks like he's popping a rest for now. Nibble's close in the area. And if Nibble decides to run up this hill, it just might be curtains for the Cartesians here.
No worries, brother.
Man, can you take out the guys from Cartesians? Can you take them down? I'm sure the guys from Nibble will just keep asking themselves, do these guys die? Do they actually die? Because sometimes you just feel like you're about to take them down to just down to just that one last guy, Sabron. By the end of the day, they find a wave ball. Ooh, WRG getting taken out.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of traffic in Lava Siphon right now. Lots of teams just trying to find somewhere to play, somewhere to just, call their home. And WRG obviously have that short rotation over to this Lava Siphon side, right? They really just either need to go through the Harvester or Tree, and they're there, and they're one of the teams that get here early. And the problem sometimes about being one of those teams that do get there early is everybody's going to start to rotate on top of you, right? Because now you're in these god spot positions where teams want to play, and if you're not able to hold it down, it can be a little bit detrimental. And unfortunately, WRG is going to be down for the count. We still have a lot more games to play, guys. You can't count them out just yet, but I'm looking at that landslide team. Everybody else is pretty much in the zone. What is going on with that team? Why are they taking so long to loot?
I mean, they're probably trying to just rotate in, quite late. It's probably not my best move. If I was in their situation, I'll be trying to get in as quickly as possible. But sometimes, these teams just wanna allow everyone else fight, and they just come in and clean things up at the end of the day.
Ooh, Shambies needs to be careful. The shots are coming through, and it's 80k. Of course, those are gonna connect. Chambi, 30-30 in hand. I haven't really seen Chambi use the 30-30, so maybe it's just one of those things in his arsenal that he's whipping out. Chambi does need to heal up, which he is. Pop the Phoenix kit, getting himself back and steady. OG, similar position again, where they good with their rotations. I think Fortune is calling these rotates, this positioning, but are they able to hold it down? That's my real question, right? You have 80k Nibbles close to them, these really top teams just around them. Can they hold their ground? We'll just have to wait and see. That team from Landslide is finally starting to make the rotation, just in time, to be honest with you. I think a lot of teams have moved away from Harvester, so they won't have too much trouble trying to get in. Cartesian's just still alive, and I think that's a window, and I don't think he's going to get damaged through 20 there, fortunately. But now, again, Cartesians versus Nibble, and this just keeps happening, dude. It's like the derby of the African Throwdown, Nibble versus Cartesians, and it's gonna be Idamino to come in and absolutely fry Gutbuster like some scrambled eggs. But ooh, the damage is coming through. The nade is really good here. Tenchi's coming through with the Eva 8, and Tenchi's tired of the Cartesians. He's taking them out of the count. Even the punches are coming through. They haven't quite connected. He's the only one up on the team. He needs to do an absolute madness with the R301 and clutches it up. The kill leader right now in this game 3, Tenchi.
Whew. Definitely getting that revenge onto the guys from Cartesians. They do need this, and this is what Nibu needs. You know, you're not sitting that high up in that top 6 of the leaderboard right now. Taking out the guys from Cartesians, definitely giving them the opportunity to now begin to stamp their foot on this game. Taking out definitely one of the heavy hitters in this particular game. So we're down to 11 teams. Be curious to see how they do find a way into that final spot. Still got the guys from JSN, you know, ATK to contend with. So it's still a really tough one, but well, yeah, definitely doing the Lord's work by taking out the guys from Cartesian.
Oh, it's 2 noobs, 1 cheater. They've been having a rough time here tonight. The Grim Reaper of the first African Throwdown, Fires. 2 noobs, 1 cheater, trying to make their way into the zone. It's a bit of a rough spot here, and they've got punks as well eyeing them out. And look here, Jesus is gonna farm them with the charge rifle. The zone's gonna be ticking. Bradley's getting knocked by Tremble, and 2 noobs, 1 cheater is one of those teams that looks to be wishing that today was a best of 8 over 2 instead of a best of 6 over 1. And they're just looking to go down here. It's just Fires, and Fires needs to try and escape, but he's also getting shot from the distance. And I mean, the storyline is kind of coming to an end for this 3rd game here for 2 noobs, 1 cheater. Look at JSN's here. They're getting involved.
Oof, man, it's a really tough one for them as they're just pretty much just getting taken out. They also got JSN not too far away from them, also getting involved, popping up the shots. It is just left with Vias, and you think Vias is going to be able to get that recovery just in time?
Oh man, it's tough because everybody's still gonna be around that area, kind of waiting for those banners to come out, right? I mean, in competitive, you kind of have to wait. Is Nye alone? Is my question. Yeah, I haven't seen the rest of his team. Maybe he's just doing some solo shenanigans. Yeah, actually, him versus Vias right now. Punks is still really close, and I mean, we might see a rat 1v1 here. We're not aware if JSN is still up, but Vias got both banners. Vias can make something happen here, guys. Look, I don't wanna be that guy that's gonna be like, you know, solo player catches it for the team, because there's still a lot for him to do here, but he definitely is still putting it in perspective here. JSN full up, you know, Nye just being a little bit cheeky, trying to fish up as much as he can, but for the most part the rosters here, they're involved, and you're gonna have Vias just trying to rotate out.
Yeah, if Vias can get into a good position, you know, just get his team back, then he probably does give them an opportunity. But he's got a team just right there in front of him, and it's a really tough one because he needs to move just directly where Jarvis Tremble and the rest of the team is just waiting for him. So I don't see him getting out of this one alive. But it'd be curious to see how he does at the end of the day, if he can find a way to escape.
OG also down for the count. I think Nibble ran up on them, just like Akil is trying to run up onto Vias, and they don't want to let him get away. He's used his Q as well, so he doesn't really have the utility to get away from this. Charge rifle shots are booming as well. L-Star Vias looks like a ballerina dancer right now, trying to dodge these bullets. He's alive for now, trying to pop a bat, but for how much longer is the entire roster of Punks kind of giving up their position to chase down the one player? Luckily, the Q is back. He's gonna try work his way up. No, he doesn't. He opts to just chill for a bit and try get some more HP onto him. And thankfully, right, there's another team drawing attention onto Punks, and he can kind of just breathe for a second.
definitely giving him the opportunity to just get those heals on, because it does look like it's the guys from GSN who are just sitting up on that position right there, and you know, just popping out the shots onto Punks and giving him the opportunity. But it's really interesting to see how he found a way to just escape that fight right there. But we're still on to the guys from Nimble, who are still putting in the work right here on the lobby. We're down to 10 teams. Really interesting to see who seals this game up right here. As you can see, 20 just popping up them shots, looking to get that knock, looking to clear out the team. They're going absolutely wild. But
it's ATK coming in to ruin the day. And they come and clean up Nibble, who was just caught sleeping a little bit. You know, they were so aggressive for majority of the game, and I think ATK just played their cards right. They do need to be careful though. Swamp Creatures is in the vicinity. And Swamp Creatures just plays the same game all the time. I don't know if you've noticed Fire. They don't fight people. They just wait for other people to fight and then they fight. You know, they just try get these good positions in zone where they can rotate and find themselves in a good spot. ATK does well to take out Nibble. So now I think, you know, we're thinking of ATK, maybe even Punks, you know, if they're still alive, if they've made their way in from the tree to kind of win this game out. In the positions they're in, there's two teams, you know, in that lava siphon building there. A bit curious to find out who it might be. Vicimus is the one. We're just holding things down. Dark Esports as well.
Dark Esports, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, Dark Esports have been consistent throughout the throwdown, but haven't really been one of those pop-off teams, and maybe this is where they're lining themselves up to pop off.
Yeah, definitely. They might have the opportunity to look to close things out. You know, they like you said, throughout the throwdown, they have been consistent. They have found a way to get those points. They're in the finals right here, so they are a strong team. But JSN is still in this. They're still putting in the work, putting in the battle. They are on top of that leaderboard, and a lot of those teams who are around them, or just, you know, in that top 6, have been taken out of this game. Well, it's just ATK who's still in this, so that definitely does give them, you know, a lot of breathing space, or, you know, gives them a few smiles to see how they can pretty much just take this game home. But I feel like they, you know, like we said, they could be a lot more, you know, adventurous about how they want to push on teams. Like they should be going out on, you know, all attacks right now.
Yeah, there's so much traffic here at this lava siphon building that's just in the edge of the zone. We have like 4 teams almost stacked on top of each other, just exchanging damage back and forth. And a defensive bombardment actually goes out from Dash and takes down a creel of Punks, who Punks were on the edge of the zone there. So, you know, I think they're having a tough time to get into this one. And unfortunately, it looks like they're going down. Don't Stop Gaming is still involved here. Look at Nando and Clutch. I think they're playing as a duo. Unfortunately, the one member's down. Swamp Creatures is as well involved. I mean, Dark Esports we saw here as well. Vicimus probably still involved. 9 squads here. Agfire. I mean, the zone is getting more and more claustrophobic, right? I mean, the deeper we get into this, you know, grand finals, it just feels like the longer these teams are starting to survive in these end games.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'll be curious to see how the zone does make that shift, because everything's going to pop up at any particular point in time. You just see the guys from Nether Show are sitting, you know, just outside, you know, behind those containers at the wall right there. You do have the guys from Dark Esports and Vicimus just right there in the building, and the guys from ATK, of course, in that position as well. So it'll be curious to see how they all play it out, because I can't even call it. I can't even say, you know, who's going to definitely take this one home. It does feel like they all have the firepower to begin to clutch things out, because we don't, you know, we've seen ATK take out guys like Nimble. We've seen Nimble take out Carthaginians and vice versa. So I mean, I can't even call it at this particular point in time.
Yeah, a team that really came into this African Throwdown is nobodies, and I think we can all remember, because they kind of shaped the lobby of the, you know, the meta in the lobby, right? They came with the Valkyrie plays here. I'm talking, of course, about NODWIN, who we've seen make crazy Valkyrie moves, and they're still alive, you know, just in the edge over there at the low ground, trying to work their way in. JSN are a really good spot to work with, you know, they can see a lot of what's going on. ATK, though, is farming them down, and Naya has a Kraber in hand, and we know how the Kraber can go. And I mean, yeah, NODWIN, good attempt this time around, but I mean, everybody sees you. Everybody's just farming you out of this one. 67 squads up. Still lots to play for here. What is Das Weaker doing? Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is either about to do the craziest play I've ever seen in my life. He's just going on to the... Look at Das! Look at Das! He's just doing a madness. All of a sudden, he's just dropped on top of the team. Das is just doing solo plays. Krillix and Chambi are going down though. Das is the only one up. What was that play from ATK? Swamp Creatures are dying from defensive bombardments. Everything is just popping off in this endgame. Vicimus is still up. Dark is still up. What is going on here? JSN have held their position and have held up well for the most part. One member still alive from Swamp Creatures, but yeah, Vicimus, they're hiding behind the box, and it's just like, it's not good. It's not good enough for them right here. Everybody can see them. It's a little bit tough for the most part. Everything's settled down. And I mean, Das, he's alive. You know, he's alive compared to the rest of his team. The play was a bit, you know, questionable, but he's making it happen.
Man, they keep making those really, really weird, decisions. I mean, in the last game, they made that drop right there, and at the end of the day, they got taken down. But I mean, it's definitely how they do decide to play, and they're sticking to it. They're up in the top 6, so they're really doing some things right. But now you're seeing the guys from JSN, who have come into this game with a game plan that's actually working. They're in that top 6. They still got all of their players. They're popping out shots on 2 several different players. And, they do look like a team that might be able to seal this one out.
Yeah, Doc esports are pretty much taking out Pessimis at this point, and Don't Stop Gaming is still involved. Yeah, we have 5 squads in this one. It's going absolutely nutty. A team just redeployed, guys. I don't know where they're going to go. If they land on top of JSN, I'm gonna go nuts. It's actually just Dust. Look where Dust is. I don't know if he's playable in that spot, but there's a defensive bombardment going down, and it's doing damage everywhere. Dark Esports are still up around the corner. The Kraber shots, though, from Nai are just rattling off. And it's going to be so tough for Dark to survive. For some reason, Arson is still alive. No one is worried about this solo player who is just vibing in one of those blue containers, as well as Dust. But JSN is the storyline tonight, ladies and gentlemen. They are doing everything it takes to become champions of the African Throwdown. I mean, Dust versus Arson now. Storm Creatures versus ATK. ATK comes on top. Look at this man called Dust Weaker. He's doing everything he can to get as many kill points, as many placement points for his team. It's only Decimator left on the side of Dark Esports. He's just tucked away at the corner. They're just trying to chip away at every single piece of HP. Dust has to try and take up the greatest 1v3 we'll ever have to see in this African Throwdown. Decimator is buying him a little bit of time to work with. He's gonna yoink that kill. Nice. And now Dust. Let's see what you got. It's a boxing match and we're done. GG. JSN. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. We called it. The guys from JSN finishing this particular one. They got themselves a couple of kills and finishing this game right here as champions. So my goodness. JSN going wild on the final day. Man, you called it, Tendo. You called it.
Okay. Okay. First. Absolutely, congratulations to JSN for taking that W. Really, consistency, they're showing it again. I mean, they showed it to us in the group stages. They showed it to us in the semifinals, especially in the semifinals, with the Carthaginians going on a rampage. They were still the ones staying consistent. They were still the ones picking up points. And once again, coming through to your grand finals, who's the one staying consistent? It's JSN. They're already at the top of that leaderboard. They're already in that first place for that prize pool. Now they're just padding the points. And it's a case of it's getting to that point where teams need to actually just gun for JSN to try and stop them from getting more points, because at some point it's going to teach it to impossible to try and catch up with JSN. Then again, we have a few teams doing some crazy things already. Tendo, what do you think was the plan there for ATK? I mean, it could have gone, either way, I guess, depending on how that fight sort of panned out. But it was a bit weird. It was a bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not the pro here, right? So I think they were just trying to kind of open up the playing field for themselves, right? Because I think it kind of makes sense, right? Jason ultimately has the best spot in the game, right?
They do.
Dust can get over there, maybe do a little bit of damage. Maybe the idea was to try and ape onto JSM after Dust does a little bit of damage, and then they open things up. Because, I mean, look, we saw how bad that end game was for like Dark Esports, Swamp Creatures. You don't want to be in that pit. You want to be up there, And I think that's just what the play was coming in from them. Crazy play, nonetheless, but sometimes you got to make crazy plays to become champions, right? And JSN, it's strange, right? Because you probably look at the 20 teams in this lobby and you think to yourself, who is going to win tonight? It was never JSN, at the tip of our tongues, right? It was always maybe Carthesians, we said ATK, Nibble, WRG. But I think decision-making wise, it's definitely JSN today, right? They have all the right decisions.
It's exactly that, but they're making the tough calls. They're so good at deciding their positioning, deciding which fights do they get involved in, which ones do they not get involved in. And I agree with you. I mean, they had such a prime position. If ATK could have taken over that would have been their W in the bag, done and dusted. And again, like I said, maybe if that dome wasn't there and the passive could have come through, maybe the stuns come in, the rest of the team pops through, then it could have been a different fight. Valkyrie's got such an insane ability to really get some beautiful flanking positions. If the rest of the team was in that position to, join the fights, or the dome wasn't, it could have happened. It could have happened.
Yeah,
but...
I mean, ultimately, it's also just like, I don't think Dust's idea at the end of the day was to also stay up there as long as he can, right? It was more like, let me do damage for my team and I'm going to drop away.
Get off, yeah.
And hopefully they can clean it up and then I'll come back up, with them, and with him escaping, he was able to get, the placement points, right?
Exactly.
Because teams were dying. So yeah, it was a really tough decision. I think today is about decision making. I think ultimately everything has just come down to who's making the right decisions, and it's the tough ones that, have been the right ones.
It's also just there were so many teams in such a small area. I mean, we had this tiniest zone ever, and we had 9 teams somehow packed on top of each other. So it goes to show, the route that you think you're going to be taking that might be the safest probably is not going to be, because there's so many teams stacked on top of each other. Fire, from your side, I mean, that final zone is so chaotic. Can you imagine being in that situation to try and make that decision? Okay, well, where's there a spot for us here?
Yeah, I do think ATK was making the right call. It was just probably not executed properly. But trying to take that position away from GSN, I do like the fact that they're bold. They're really bold. You got to give it to them. Maybe it might work in the final games that they're gonna play, but they definitely need to make those ballsy kind of moves if they want to seal out those games. But they're still getting themselves good placement points and a couple of kills. So yeah. Working out.
Dust was doing the madness with the solo. I mean, stealing the kill.
I think in the competitive scene, Dust is like one of my favorite players because he's like so insane when he's just like hitting his shots and he's like snapped on, right? So I can believe in him going to make that solo play to just do something crazy for the team, right? We look at Chambi all the time in that team as like, the star and the fragger. But I think, like Krillix and Dust both have, their guns about them. And I mean, yeah, in a different universe, in a different timeline, if you watch Marvel Multiverses, I think Dust wins that 100%.
Hey, I mean, remember Dust in season 1 coming out there with the snipers? We were losing on absolute minds watching him. As soon as Dust had a Kraber, the rest of the lobby just fanned. They left. They don't want to be involved with the Dust sniper battle. They just run away because it's a scary one at that. But, I don't know, Tendo. I mean, as we're looking at it, we're getting to that halfway point now. JSN is so consistent in grabbing those points. They're really starting to pack them on. We'll obviously take a look at the overall standings when you come back from the break. But do you think they're still in reach? Do you think that the teams are still, relatively close enough that they can kick JSN out of that position?
Yeah, man, it's tough, right? Because I think they should be at least above 60 points right now. JSN, right? Because they had 40 and I'm pretty sure they got more than 20 points in that game right there. So now they've really broken the gap, right? And just before that was what, 28-ish points, if I'm not mistaken, just below them. And were those teams able to get those points? No, like we saw Nibble go down, right? The teams that are behind them. ATK, yes, went a little bit further. They were getting a couple of those points. Cartesians, I mean, yeah, that's really just like, I don't know what's going on. It's like Mayo Addicts. Remember when you were like a big fan of Mayo Addicts and you're like, they're going to do something in this throwdown and then they just kind of like, weren't able to make it happen. I kind of feel like I'm getting that same like sense and aura from Cartesians. I still believe in them to kind of bring it back in the second half, but it's just like, yeah, no one that was in that top 4 besides Jason was really sucking up all those kill points and that placement point. So they're comfortable. They can lose the next game, come out dead lost, maybe even lose, game 5 and come out dead lost. And as long as their game 6 is like as well as they've been playing now, they might just still be on top because everybody else is just out for each other.
What's quite interesting is for the last 3 games, the 2 teams that have been taking each other out between, Carthaginians and Nibble. It's just been the 2 of them. First game, it was Carthaginians taking out Nibble. Nibble taking out Carthaginians. Then the Carthaginians took out Nibble. Now again, Nibble takes... it's just this continuation of this violent circle. I mean, Tenchi was throwing fists like he is Tom Shelby after all. He's joining the Blind Peekers, man. He's completely indoctrinated. He's here for it. And he made it work. But once again, it's those 2 heavy hitters. It's Nibble and the Carthaginians that are finding each other quite early on, I might add, taking them out. And then that one of our heavy hitters are just there sidelined for that entire match and have to wait till the next one, and then the cycle repeats itself again. So if we're going to see this the whole time, then I think between Nibble and the Carthaginians, they're sort of just shooting themselves in the foot here. because they just keep taking each other out. And we've seen that time and time again, weirdly enough. I don't know how our heavy hitters keep finding each other, but it is what it is. Let's take a look at those standings from your match 3 of the grand finals. Tendo, please take us through it.
It's 25 points for them, right? They're going to be well over 60 at this point. I mean, ATK only garnering 15. You know, that puts them just on 40 or just below 40 points, if I'm not mistaken, or just past. And they're running away with it right now, JSN, to some degree, right? 20 points isn't a big gap. You can clearly see you can do it in one game. But yeah, I mean, we have to highlight Dark Esports. I think they came out and performed a madness in that game. You know, Dark was one of those teams, group stages, semifinals, who just kept creeping in, making these, you know, really decent placement points, these really good plays here and there, and gathering up their points. And, you know, it definitely comes to show that their home, Lava Siphon, because they're always there, if you've noticed, they're always in Lava Siphon, really played to their favor. They get a lot of points coming into that one. Nibble, even though they came out quite early, you know, you can see those placement points, the kills, it backed them up. Better showing from Visimus, but again, guys, Punks, Ominous, CCP, like WRG, it's stacked. What is going on? Even 2 noobs, 1 cheater. I mean, damn, it is just, it's just hard for these teams, you know? And I think it's just like them going up against each other that's kind of just, you know, making it tough for them.
And of course, your MVP coming through there from JSN. It's nice streams there with 7 kills and 2.4k damage dealt within that match 3. So JSN, once again, you know, they're not just consistent in terms of those placements, but they're picking up those kill points as we've mentioned. And yeah, I think your math is pretty spot on. I can't math check you there, but I'm pretty sure you're pretty much on the right track there. JSN, you know, probably sitting around 60 points now, whereas you know, our second and third teams, I don't know if they're that close. I don't know if, you know, Jason continues this, then I think we already have our winner. But with match 3 coming to a close, it is unfortunately time to say goodbye and thank you to Fire for giving us such a beautiful, beautiful time here casting season 2 alongside Tendo and Iro, of course. It's been so good to have you, man. And I hope you've enjoyed your taste of Apex. Has it been good?
Yeah, I have. It's been fun. It's been great fun.
It's awesome to hear. But for that time being, we're going to say thank you, and we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to have Iro OG on the desk here with Tendo, and of course, we're going to go and take a look at those overall leaderboards, how they are looking at the moment, and get straight into match 4 of 6 for your grand final of the Apex Legends African Throwdown. So stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome everyone to the Apex Legends African Throwdown, where we are finally ready to discover who is the best in Africa for Season 2. Of course, I am your host, and we are joined with Tendo Plays, your caster, and now we have a new addition to our casters. It's Iro OG joining us back again for the last half of this grand final. Iro, I mean, I know you've been watching, man. What have you been thinking so far?
Honestly, shocking. Like, I wouldn't have predict that going into the grand finals today. JSN, honestly, just been dominating somehow, making it work for them. I'm hoping, things start to change of mentality coming out from some of our top players and Noble, Carthaginians, and so forth. So hopefully we get to see that. It's the second half of the grand finals, 3 more games to come. Anything's possible. They have been grabbing some eliminations, but it's now time to grab the win. Now time to grab more placement points so that we can see them on top of that leaderboard.
Talking about the leaderboard, let's actually take a look at it and see where those teams are currently sitting. So yeah, Tendo, hey, you can quick math, eh? Jason sitting there with 65 points. ATK just following there with 43 points in second place currently. Carthaginians in third place with 34 points. And Visimus X actually taking that fourth place spot there with 28 points. But look how close Noble and Swamp Creatures and even White Rabbit, I mean, all of them actually, your top 8. Your basically your 3rd to 8th spot, it's a good game, and then bam, it's done. But that first spot, JSN with 65 points, ATK and maybe Carthaginians are the only team currently that I'd say is the closest to picking that up.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at Carthaginians' placement points, right? You start to, see exactly why they're not sitting at the top of the table like they normally would, right? Because usually they get the kills, and they're definitely getting the kills, but they win the game at the end as well on top of that. Yeah. But today is JSN who has just got it on lock. And I mean, yeah, ATK are speaking about them being ready. They have a lot of practice onto them, and you can see they're pulling it up. They got some numbers on the board, but I think, JSN has just pulled ahead of the pack. But like I said, it's not too far off. It's still in that 20-point range where if, let's say, JSN lands right now, have a bad game, don't get too many points. Now we have to have this conversation of like ATK, Carthaginians, Visimus to get in. But guys, look at the latter stage of that table. You have 2 noobs, 1 cheater. What is going on, right? I'm not really too sure what's happening in the camp right there. They look so good and they're always so consistent. But tonight, it just feels like they're faltering a little bit.
Yeah, we obviously don't get to see everything that they're doing all the time, but hey, maybe the 4th game is what they need to reset, and maybe some of the other teams might be coming out of the woodworks to take this one. It is, of course, the grand finals of the Apex Legends African Throwdown. It's Tendo Plays and Iro OG to cast and give you the action as it pops up on your screens. Guys, take it away.
All right, Iro, it is time for the second half of tonight's grand finals here, ladies and gentlemen, at the African Throwdown, hosted by NODWIN Gaming. And it's been quite an exciting evening thus far. It's been the JSN story for the most part. A lot of our heavy-hitting teams are kind of falling off. And, another team that I'm really questioning where they are tonight is WRG. Nibble's online, for the most part. I think Nibble's making a couple of awkward decisions, getting themselves in awkward spaces. But they're definitely online. They're definitely playing. But WRG seems a little bit quiet.
Yeah, no, it's weird, you come into this tournament such heat, and we expect you to do the heat yet again in the grand finals, but you're not showing us exactly that. But like I say, we're at the that half point right now. People get to rethink and maybe reevaluate the decisions going into those rotations. So I'm hoping that maybe this is like a turnaround for such teams like WRG to really start to shine, bring up those momentum plays that we get to see from them. We always do see them in the end game, whether it's going up against Nubo or whatever the case may be, but we do definitely see them. So hopefully, game 4, this is where we get to see that action. And I mean, it's shocking to see what the first 3 games look like. I don't know, man. What do you have to say, like, for teams that, like you say, 2 noobs, 1 cheater? What would be the turning point for them right now? What do they need to do different?
Read the lobby, right? I think, interestingly enough, I don't know if you've noticed, it's been the Valkyrie game.
Yeah.
And people have been using a lot of Valkyrie. Right now, saw a lot of Bloodhound picks. Didn't see too many Bloodhounds in that first half. So now maybe everybody's trying to, read the game a little bit better and be like, yeah, guys, we're always stacked on top of like a bajillion teams, right? We need to just get these scans and be able to just identify where everybody is in the situation, and maybe that's why we're seeing a lot more bloodhounds. But Valkyrie's definitely been in the discussion tonight here, Iru.
But it's surprising as well to see, the Valkyrie. We did see it a little bit, not too much coming out from the qualifiers and semifinals, but now it's a widespread chosen legend to go into the grand finals. And for the most part, we are seeing some clutch plays, even such a dramatic. I did see when ATK, used the Valkyrie out and landed directly onto WRG. Bad mistake from them, and WRG just ate them for dinner, man. But the Valkyrie is really well if you want to get out of sticky situations, and we do get to see that a lot of the times from these teams using them at the right time.
Bit of congestion at launch site there. Quite interesting what's going on there. I think Aquaman are stacked on top of Punks. Punks have actually been landing down there at launch side, right? Because Nibble hasn't really been looking towards launch side. They were there, for a lot of their group stage games as well as the semifinal, but they decided to not, and for good reason. I mean, look at that zone pool gifted. The team there in Climatizer, even Nibble, looking at where they are there at Overlook, have a really good one. But I mean, now all these teams on the south side, it's like, okay, guys, rotate. If we're not in that zone, it is going to be absolutely curtains for us. We need to start making some plays. And speaking of plays, it looks like Tremble's in here with some wingman shots, and they're good to connect for now. He needs some backup from Chiefs, and we're jumping right into some action here into the second half here. Aquaman are going down. It looks like they were doing well, Punks, but Aquaman just worked well as a unit. Titan was the only one who was a casualty, but back on his feet, and they're vibing right here in this situation at the launch side.
Oh, that's fantastic. And for Punks, we would have expected them to get the upper hand in these situations going against Aquaman. But this just shows that, today it's not all about who you're good with. It's about, the unexpected plays. And you've got CCP doing exactly that now, but they have lost one of their members. Hopefully they can keep the oppositions at bay and to turn around and get that revive. It does look like Paul, however, is trying to disengage, and for the most part, these wingman shots are just doing a bit of damage, and he's managed to crack. He's going to put out that Q with the Wraith and get out of that situation. So CCP managing to pick up Tranquil, so that's going to help him out quite a lot.
I find these new additions, well, not quite new, these season 6 additions, right? Because they've just added a couple new additions onto the map. But ladies and gentlemen, with the Rampart event, they obviously added Big Mara there as well, close to Lava City, right? But I'm talking about these season 6 additions, these structures, the launch site, the countdowns, awkward fights, right? Whenever we tune into these kind of fights, it's always a little bit awkward for these teams because of just how there's so many jagged edges to worry about. There's low ground, there's high ground, and I mean, Iro, when you look at those fights, like it's that end game at launch side where we saw ATK have to make that ballsy play and drop onto WRG, right? It's just like, how do you deal with these areas, right?
Honestly,
what is the play?
Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, even with WRG, they had a slither of space to work in, especially with the zone being quite behind them. It just wasn't well. But Nibble Esports, I mean, they finding themselves in action and trying to pick up the pace, but it's a stun from that Arcstar over there, and he's now managing to heal up Tenchi. Thrown in, looking really good. Super and Crummins and them now need to make the decision on whether to disengage or push this. I mean, they do look like they have the upper hand in terms of those Evo shields. Oh no, I'm lying.
Yeah, actually, Nimble's the team with a bit of Evo shield. They just took that fight a little bit, uncoordinated, I feel, and it just slowed them down a little bit. And I mean, we have to highlight S4, console team coming in here all the way to the grand finals. Apex Legends was like, hey guys, we're gonna broaden it up, including these console players into these competitive events, and this is exactly what we're getting to see and witness. And I mean, look at the rotations. They've been super fast coming from all the teams. They're already moving into the zone, right? Usually maybe they're lingering around, and we'll see a lot of edge of zone fights still over there towards that west side. I mean, yeah, guys, you're fine for now. Zone is close, but you don't want to get caught in transition. And speaking of getting caught in transition, WRG versus JSN here seems to be breaking loose, and some shots from Nai. EXO is really weak. He needs to back off, and he doesn't want to go down here. Well, that's going to be the opening for the team, but the Arcstar comes in from Rexu, but rather not. Let's just chill. Let's just regroup.
And WRG, they've been taking quite the damage. There goes the ult, but I don't think it's going to do much for now, except get all the players healed up. the all-star of damage that was dealt over there. And we can see exactly what is going to go down. But Joe, he's able to beam. He's able to line up that shot. And now he goes in with the Valkyrie Q. And he's able to maybe deal some damage now. And you can see the Octane. He's pushing in with the shotgun over there. And it's, for the most part, does look like JSN is running over WRG right here. And they do so indeed.
I'm just interested to see, like, you know, what was the preparation period for JSN, because they look like a whole different team, whole different look. They've adapted to the meta, right? Because they're using the Valkyrie as well, along with the Gibby, to just be aggressive, but still have, you know, the opportunity to disengage. And I mean, it's just beautiful coming in from them, right? They've kind of just done the whole entire degree of, you know, studying this lobby, and it's working out well. But hey, we're not seeing what's happening at Climatizer, right? Because these are the teams that have played these early rotations. They're waiting it out. And yes, JSN is doing a madness there at Lava Fisher, but they still have a lot of teams in front of them to get into that next zone.
Yeah, for the most part, it does look like a straight rotation from Countdown into the Abyss over there. So hopefully they're able to do so right over there. But Kralix, he's got that Outstar in hand, and we've seen him before with doing a madness, but he's going to get tagged up over here, able to heal up. So is Chambi. For the most part, you know, these guys are there. They're present. They're doing really well, but it's like, what more can they do to surpass JSN? Would you say like they look like a different team altogether? I mean, the way they confident in W King, the way they took that fight against WRG, maybe they even knew who they were up against, but it didn't even phase them to a single bit. It's just so juicy to spectate such.
You know, the whole idea of being a champion is you can't be afraid of who's in front of you, right? Because, you know, champions ultimately have to take down champions, right? It's funny how that works, right? The titles rolled over. So in that situation, you just have to be confident in your team and what is in front of you. And in front of Bradley's crosser, there seems to be Astros, and it's just two teams here, you know, who've been having really tough days, I feel, you know. Two noobs, one cheater, having a better look here. It's just a tough spot here. Shambi is trying to get this res. It's trying to pop through. Zone is going to pull in two noobs, one cheater, so they're not safe right now, Ominous, but they're getting up on their feet. For how much longer? The meds are good, but the ulti's also popped, and the ulti is absolutely mangling them. Shambiz is trying to fly up in the air, and two noobs, one cheater are finally awake. They're finally online. They're trying to take them out here. CCP is also around the vicinity, and they're poking into the fight, and now all these teams that are on the north side over here of Skyhook are going to start to collide, and unfortunately, OG, it's just not their day, hey?
Oh man, just doesn't look like it's going to go well. It does look like they're going to be gatekeep here in zone, and that tick is going to hurt them to some extent. But
the bubble, dude.
What a
so
time.
tragic.
What a time coming in from Cheetah Boy as he just managed to secure himself a shot over there. And you know, there is a way they can get out of here, is, you know, if they have enough bandages and medkits. Does look like Cheetah Boy is quite low, but he has a medkit at hand, so he's able to get back for White. Bradley going now, trying to make a play into the zone, and for the most part, it does look like he's going to be safe in this location. Yeah,
right now, two noobs, one cheater is definitely looking one of those second half teams that are just like, all right, guys, we had this bad spell, but we definitely can turn it around, right? Because you kind of have to look at it, you know, from like the overview perspective, like how we're watching it. You know, we see JSN come in the first 3 games and just, you know, put up all these numbers and do an absolute madness. Who's to say you can't flip that story around in the second half and start from your game 3 up into your game 6 and do exactly the same thing and just put 60 points up on the board just like them, right? But hey, for now, it's a little bit confusing on this side where Skyhook is. There's a bunch of teams rotating on top of each other, so not too sure who's going to come up on top of that one. And, you know, Iro, I'm here asking myself this question, man. It's not even this question, just this weird feeling in my gut. It's just like, I want Carthesians to win a game. I never thought I'd be standing, you know, here casting the African Throwdown where we've seen the Carthesians do an absolute madness, not able to pull up those same numbers. And I just want to see them, you know, do something. And look at who is doing something here. It is JSN once again.
JSN, honestly, they now find themselves clashing with the players over here. And Dash, Naystream now needs to heal up. There goes a good grenade at play. Bradley, Vias, and Cheetah Boy can maybe get a location or try to get a beam on this player that they have in their POV, but Joe is able to disengage out of that. Dash and Naystream taking shots through the door. Now they're all here. It's a 3v3 through the door, and maybe they get some action. that we want right now.
Do you see what the Cartesians are? They are really just waiting for these guys to fight. No one knows that they're there. I'm pretty sure I caught a glimpse of just them like spread, you know, like a define, like, all right, guys, we're about to move in as soon as we see some knocks. But look what they're doing. They're literally just chilling, waiting for this fight to break loose. They know they can third party here. They're waiting for this knock. For now, JSN and 2 Noobs 1 Cheetah aren't really exchanging the damage zone now. It's an issue for all three of these squads. It's so like this decision making is really coming to play here, I feel, Iro, right? Because you look at the Cartesians, yes, you're making a good play, but zone, right? You look at JSN, it's like, yes, let's hold this team in this building, you know, put a lot of pressure on them, but zone, and now they're opting to rotate out of this one. So now Cartesians feel a little bit dumb for hanging around here, don't they?
Honestly, yeah, I mean, time wasting, you know, they could have gotten themselves in a better position of zone. But now this means that Carthaginians are able to come in behind and start beaming on JSN. And you can see Naystreams now needs to heal up quite a bit. And they're going to be focusing on him because he's quite low on the damage that has been dealt already by Carthaginians.
Oh my gosh, this fight over here is going to be absolutely carnage, and members are going down already here from JSN, and they were looking so good in this first half, and it doesn't seem to be carrying over into the second. There's one player's down already. Joe's really weak, one's in the zone, but then Bar's trying to rotate and right on top of them to try and close them down on the team of the Cartesians, and yeah, it's just going downhill, it's going south for them. And I mean, yeah, look, now the Cartesians, you know, that patient play of theirs is kind of paying off, right? But look at now, 2 Noobs 1 Cheetah, they're ahead of them. And now 2 Noobs 1 Cheetah turns on them, and they're ready to gatekeep them.
And honestly, that would change the leaderboard as it is already. You know, JSN getting out quite early. I'm not sure if the solo player managed to know he is. Dash is still alive. He's just chilling in the zone quietly, waiting for these players to fight. And he's trying to now make a rotation far right as possible to get out of the situation. But if he's able to stay alive, that will be key. You can see JSN pop a Octane Q to get out of the situation. And that is a good decision making coming out from them. And now you're seeing an active game number 4, 10 squads down. I mean, this is not what we were seeing in the first 3 games.
Yeah, definitely. And I love the aggression coming in here from Vyaz. You know, he's really starting to feel it. And the team here of 2 Noobs 1 Cheetah is showing exactly why there was such a force in the semifinals as well, right? You know, even in their group stage games, you know, they just went online for the most part coming into the grand finals. But hey man, demon hours sometimes wake you up, right? You know, you're gaming late at night, and that's when you really start to feel it, and that's exactly what's happening. And Dash is out of this conversation, so now JSN not picking up too many points. So now, you know, that storyline is opening up here, Iro, of like JSN drops game 4, and now there's one team here that needs to just drop that 20 bomb that's in that top 4. You know, we're looking at like, well, now only really 80k, right? Because Cartesians are kind of in a tough spot. Not too sure how well they're gonna make it into this next zone. Can't count them out just yet, but now it's like, okay, we need one of you guys to close the distance for this most spot.
Yeah, and you know, you say like Carthaginians are not in a good spot, but I did say that at the same time in the qualifying rounds where they were in the center of everything and everyone was looking at them, but somehow in that game they managed to walk out with a win. So the Carthaginians work weirdly. We can't really predict exactly what the decision making is going to be for the next couple of zone rotations, etc. But I can tell you now that we're not closing their chapter anytime soon. And just look at Climatizer, man. It's going down over here. Aquaman finding himself in some trouble as Titan and Heavy Guacamole is out of this one. Nexus popping out with the Wraith, trying to disengage, play for the solo placements as much as he can possible. But like in these situations, when you haven't been doing well game 1 to 3, when you're a solo playing for placements, it's not going to do too much. You know, you still got the likes of Nubble alive, Carthaginians, 2 Noobs 1 Cheetah, so has been doing quite decent this time around.
And once again, you know, it's swamp creatures. You know, I don't know if you can see where they were just now. They're waiting, they're watching outside of Climatizer. Look at them. You can just catch Radical's name right in the corner there where it says African Throwdown, hosted by NODWIN Gaming, by the way, everybody here. We're having a lot of fun, and speaking of teams having fun, it seems like Team Bench is a little bit online as well coming into the second half, and I've seen a couple of kills coming in for them. And in fact, Rondon is the current kill leader, and it's kind of just like that power position, right, where the end game is. You can see a lot of teams rotating on top of you. You can pick the right fights, and I think I also commend Visimus, who have been making some excellent rotations throughout the day, find themselves in the zone as well. But for now, still 9 squads, you know, so it's still pretty packed. There's still lots of traffic to get through for a lot of these teams trying to make their way in.
Yeah, and for the guys that are already in the zone, you know, they've made the perfect decision, and you know, you've got some other teams who are playing on the outskirts. But Carthaginians finding themselves in a battle over here. Domino has taken up quite the damage. He's taken a battery to kill up. And
it's them versus Nibble again. It's them versus Nibble again. I don't know why this fight keeps happening. 20 goes down to Cheetah Boy, who's just griefing at this point from a distance. It's all up to Tenchi and Gutbuster to try and make something happen, but their back is against the wall. But just as well as Carthaginians, who are taking a lot of heat from a bunch of other squads shooting into the building. And right now, this storyline, Iroh, it just keeps going on and on and on of Carthaginians versus ADK. But the totem push comes through. 100 damage beam from the alternator comes in from Tenchi, and look at them. They're backing off Carthaginians. They know they're taking up a lot of smoke. They need to calm down.
Yeah, and smoking this late game means your utilities are being used up quite drastically, and you're still very much in the early part of the end game right here. So, you know, Gutbuster, Tenchi, for the most part, as a duo, they've managed to do the most, and they now need to try kill up. And here goes the Seer. They know exactly where they are. They are located. Will the decision coming from Sabran and them to make the W key is the question.
Yeah, they do have the man advantage, right? So they can definitely clean that one up. But it is Gutbuster and Tenchi, right? You know, some of, you know, the greatest players in South Africa. So it's a bit of a tough one to just be like, hey guys, let's just run in there and no win, you know? Because you don't really know what's going to happen, especially with Tenchi with that alternator. But yeah, Nibble need to make something, you know, work with their rotation right now, because they're in a tough spot. All the teams right now in Climatize are going to see them, as well as the Carthaginians. So they're kind of, in a sense, griefing each other, just holding each other in this position, while the rest of the teams are just vibing. I saw Radical go down in the kill feed to the hands of, I think, one of the ATK members, as well as Swarm Creatures, maybe having a bit of a tough time. And here it is. Here's that rotation that we're talking about, that these teams are going to struggle on. Carthaginians have actually played quite well here, and they've disengaged quite early, when they were able to farm the likes of Nibble.
Yeah, and that definitely helped out with that evil farm. You know, they've gotten a decent amount, but now they found Vias, and Vias is just sliding down. He's able to now pop his Q, and maybe too early because there's not that much cover, but no, they're not going to be focusing on him at all. So Cheetah Boy is just able to, you know, stay alive for the most part over here, slither his way through the cover that he has. And Vias and Bradley on the other hand, they're going up against now, and here's Cheetah Boy to come through to assist out, and maybe it's just in time to save the team total. But there's caustic gas around, and that's going to keep him out of defenses for some time.
I think it's a 1v1. Neo's up, Cheetah Boy's up, body's on the ground right now. This man still has full HP. He's sliding on down. He's trying to make the plays here, but he's getting shot from other places that aren't quite the fight that he wants to be fighting. And Neo is trying to make the big portal play.
He's chosen to disengage from this situation,
and
now Neo is coming through here as well. And now Cheetah Boy's going back. Is he gonna go try for the revive?
What's going on? He's going back right now. He's trying to make a crazy play to get the revive here, and he's doing it onto the man himself, Vias. So now they're up on their feet. They might be able to get the third as well, and all of a sudden the tides have turned on both ways, because Neo pops the portal and gets one of these players out, but now it's Nibble, who we thought were out for the count. They're still in the conversation. 6 squads are up, and they're just like struggling to work with all this disparity between high ground and low ground.
And look at Carthaginians. They're just here to farm up that damage and get in as much kills as they can possible. Nothing yet, nothing too dramatic for the team Carthaginians here in the end game, but they still lay ammunition onto the oppositions right here. And now Bradley and all of them, they are alive. Vias goes down on the low ground. Cheetah Boy and Bradley stay on the bridge. They're gonna get beamed. Oh, it's 1 HP on both players, but they stay alive just in time. They do a swap armor over there as well, and you know, for the most part, they are safe, so they can get back that red Evo and heal up to max. And yeah, hopefully the team do connect back, because you do see Vias on the outskirts, and they do find him. It's Idomino taking these shots, and Vias does look like he made the wrong mistake.
Where do you go even in that situation when they're belting you down, man? And from the high ground, it's just unfortunate, right? Because the rest of his teams there don't know how you ended up in that position. The Carthesians have put themselves in a tough spot, though, I think, on the low ground, but they're working. They're making it work. It's just Bard left. Everything's just falling down. Team Bench is still in the conversation. They're still alive. Bradley's alone on 2 noobs, 1 cheater, 4 squads. I mean, it's hard to keep track of exactly what's... They're gonna get another res in the zone here, Iro. I mean, these guys are making me go crazy here. I don't know who's gonna win at this point.
But talk about Carthaginians making such a bad play, dropping all the way to low. You got Team Bench, however, here, who could potentially make such a noise in the end game that we did not expect.
Ooh, I think they have quite an advantage right there. Full 3 stack. They're pushing onto 2 noobs, 1 cheater. We're not ready for this one here. But look at Bradley. He's doing the most, bro. But he's not enough. He's down for the count here. Aquatic's really low. Rondon's in the top position. There's lava everywhere on them. They're trying to use the jump pad. And it's almost like they threw away the game-winning position. But I think they only have to go up against the solo. Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
what is Nexus? Nexus, listen. You just gotta hit 1 headshot and make it count. He's not gonna take the shot. He's just waiting for it, and it's a bit of a tough spot because now it's like what, 2 solos and the Team Bench team all up. I mean, look, man, I don't like to spoil movies and movie endings, but I kind of think I know how this one is gonna end. I don't know about you, Iro.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Hey, Nexus is gonna win, bro. Like, I'm telling you. There's commentator first. He gets taken out immediately. And it's just a 3v1 situation. We can, start reading into game number 5 over here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think kudos goes out to Team Bench. They played the zone to perfection. They've been here pretty much the entirety of the game, along with who was with ATK, who are unfortunately not here. And I mean, they just have to wait it out, wait for the zone to edge this poor man them down here. And I mean, it's pretty much wraps for them. And they're starting to bring it back, right? But now it's like, okay, Team Bench wins the game. But where was Team Bench in that overall leaderboard? They weren't really up there at the top. Is this one of the teams that we want to see winning to kind of just like, okay, cool. I think he was just like, I'm not going to give these guys the KP. I'm just going to die to the zone.
Yeah.
You guys are not going to get your points tonight. And yeah,
but
Team Bench take it up.
Either way, they get the win. That is a decent amount of points. They got some kills. They managed to take Vias and Cheetah Boy out of the games in the end game. We don't know exactly how active they were throughout the entire thing. I didn't get a glimpse of their
Rondon
kill
was
points.
kill leader at a point. So
oh yes, that is correct.
They were doing quite well.
That is correct.
We got Team Bench coming through with a W, and yeah, you were right. I mean, in terms of standings, yeah, we'll talk about that later. But for now, just congratulations to Team Bench coming through and getting their W in the 4th game of the grand finals. I'm telling you, man. Yeah. I'm telling you, these teams are so surprising. You can't sleep on any of them because at some point or other, they're just gonna grab it. They're just gonna take it away.
Man. And I mean, I think we got a shout out Ket coming in here. I believe is the only female player in the entire throwdown and clutching up games, guys. You gotta get in here and play, guys, because it is up for grabs. Everybody is insane and they're ready to bring it tonight. So I mean, shout out to Team Bench. Like I said, they played the masterclass just holding that position.
I call her Captain Clutch for a reason, and it's because she's been doing a madness in Apex for many tournaments, and it's good to see Aquatic as well coming through. I mean, coming through from Season 1, Blind Peak is still here, and with the rest of the team, it's just such a good vibe. But let's talk a little bit about that standings. So Carthaginians obviously making it to 2nd there, solo.
Yeah.
Just beautiful placement points there. I'm not sure what their kill points were, but they were pretty close. They were one of the closest teams to JSN, and of course, JSN going out in 10th place with, I mean, who knows how many kill points, but they can't be picking up that many, consistent 20-point games. So now, ATK Carthaginians, the story, as you said, it's looking really good for them to maybe turn it around here, Tendo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting now, right? Because I said it's like, okay, Team Bench wins that one out. Yes, you said, Carthesians get that extra placement point, coming in 2nd place, but did they get enough kills? Like you said, that's where it's gonna really matter, right? Because I think tonight it's coming down to kills. Who's able to be more active in the lobbies? Who's winning out their gunfights and making the right decisions? So it's gonna shake up the table just a tiny little bit, right? And the real overlooming, like, question now, does JSN bounce back, right? Because sometimes, you can be on such a high horse, like, guys, we've won, we've won the night, we can just relax, come into the second half, we got this, and then it's just this, it just goes down, 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 and all of a sudden everybody's caught up. We're into game 6, and it's anybody's game all of a sudden in game 6. So now, does JSN turn on again for game 5 when they come back into this one? I mean, that's the real question for me, because that's going to ultimately decide tonight.
Yeah, it's a lot of maybes at this point in time, but obviously, we put in that Jason going out early as a maybe as well. It happened there. And we've seen these sort of, comeback stories before. Obviously, season 1, we had the reign of DNMK coming through, so there wasn't much of a story there to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to, like, that grand finals to this grand finals is, like, how does it, like, how's it shaping up?
It's so awesome. Wait, are you the host now? Are you asking me questions?
No, listen. It just came out. I was like,
Look at this man. He's trying to take my job, guys. But I'll answer that after the standings.
Damn.
Looking at it now, Team Bet.
Damn. Okay.
Okay. Picking up just 1 point away from a 30-point game. Absolutely just madness coming through from Team Bench. They are making a statement. And I remind you, right, when we were looking at those standings, from 3rd down to 8, we were looking at 20-odd points, 27, 28. They basically just got that in one game. So we'll see how those standings look later. But Carthaginians, they're in 2nd place. 2Nibs, 1 Cheetah picking up 16 points in 3rd place. And of course, Aquaman actually making a statement here in 4th place with 12 points. I mean, for the likes of JSN and ATK, who, were currently sitting in that 1st and 2nd spot, 5 points, 6 points respectively. Not going to be doing too much. White Rabbit, though, going out early, same with Omnius. And it's interesting. Unfortunately, when one team does well, another has to do badly. But let's look at this. Nintendo, take us through this MVP.
Man, look at freaking Rondon coming in with 10 kills, and I'm pretty sure he was playing Gibraltar, guys, and is that whole conversation of, like, is Gibraltar defensive, offensive, in between at the end of the day, right? Clearly coming in here with a 10k absolute scenes coming in from Team Bench. I mean, they're pulling themselves out from the pits, right? And I don't think they've been performing too badly. I think they've been getting their points here and there, so they might just be on, like, around that 40 mark. If I think I've seen a couple of other, points that they've been gathering up correctly. So it's interesting again. But like you said, like 5 points, 6 points for ATK and Jason respectively, not that much, but the gap is still there, right? Because you don't get the Carthaginians coming in with their 20-point game, right? So now they just closing it a little bit, and it's again game 5. Now it's the question: does Jason just pick it back up? And then it's almost like, man,
It's exactly that. And I mean, to answer your question, comparing season 1 to season 2, it's a different ball game. We actually have such competitive teams. We have around about 19, 20 odd teams that are all capable of taking that W, as you've just seen the Team Bench taking a W of their own. But let's quickly go to that short break, and then when we come back, we're going to start with game number 5, and we're going to get the ball rolling, because this is season 2 of the Apex Legends African Throwdown, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends African Throwdown, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. So, Game 4 done and dusted. We are on to our last 2 maps of the Grand Final for the African Throwdown Season 2, which means it's the last 2 opportunities that teams have to climb that leaderboard. And speaking of the leaderboard, let's go take a look at how it's currently standing. And of course, you know, we did quick math, Tendo. We did quick math. Now, JSN sitting on 70 points. So the Carthaginians actually grabbing that second spot still with 51 points. Take us through it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's starting to shape up to be a little bit of still Jason's storyline, right? I mean, look, that's still like a 20-point gap that the Carthaginians and the ATK have to close up. I mean, ATK just a little bit more nibble as well. And I mean, look at Team Benched. They pretty much come from being in that latter stage of the leaderboard to sitting just close to that money, right? Lost 2 games. If they can stay focused, stay consistent, they definitely can maybe finish in that money spot, right? But yeah, for me, no surprise, obviously, what's happening on that side of the table. But you got to look at like what's going on with like, you know, Ominous, Punks. You know, these are teams that are doing quite well. I mean, even WRG sitting at 8th place is a bit odd for me to say, you know, even 2 noobs, 1 cheater, but it just shows the quality in the server right now that it's tough. You know, and you have to be fighting all the way to the very end. I don't think it's Jason's just yet, everybody. I think, you know, it's definitely, this is it. This is game 5. If Jason goes out early for game 5, if we don't see them in, let me say, top 5, you know, I think that final game, that 6th game is going to be really interesting.
I think so. I mean, we literally just saw Team Benched getting, you know, 1 point off of a 30-point game. And there's about 20 odd points now difference between, you know, Jason and the Carthaginians. Like, everyone could do the quick math. Please don't make me do it. But you get the idea. Ira, from your side, as we look at it, of course, Jason's been pretty consistent going out there in 10th place. Do you think it's going to happen again? Do you think the teams have sort of put a target on Jason now because they know that that's their only path to getting into that sweet money spot?
I mean, if you're looking at it like a gambling game, they've won game 1, 3, so 5 is opened for them to try get that sweet win yet again. So I'm not sure exactly what is the play or what will be going down, but I'm so predicting that yes, they may potentially pull it in. But we are looking at JSN, you know, grabbing that first place. The pressure's there, man, and they're looking a bit overconfident for me for the most part, and they're just trying to see every single team out of this lobby, but it's not going to be that easy. As you know, Tendo mentioned, the quality between these teams is very, very hectic. So I'm interested to find out how JSN is going to play this time around. Maybe they turn it down a notch and win it, but if they continue on the path that they're going, they're going to get, you know, they're going to be dealt with their own overconfidence in taking fights.
Well, game 5 is ready to get going, so I'm going to hand it over to Tendo and Iro to give you all the action. Of course, this is the grand finals of the Apex Legends African Throwdown, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. Make sure you go check out that NODWIN Gaming Africa website at nodwingaming.africa for more information, and obviously get the popcorn ready because game 5 is getting started. Guys, take it away.
Game 5 is that moment where you have to look at the leaderboard and really make these tough decisions, I feel here, Iro, because like, you know, this is where it's going to count. You can't come into, and we always say, that final game hoping for something to happen in that final game. This is the game where you hope for something to happen, I feel, right? You got to just come into this one with the right strategy, with the right game plan to kind of just pop off. And I'm looking again at ATK. You know, they've been consistent today, maybe not at their absolute best, but we saw Team Bench do it in one game. Who's to say ATK couldn't do it in one game as well, right? So to say JSN has won tonight is not really the case.
It isn't, and like I'll touch more onto that pressure. You know, I don't know if you've been in it, but you know, you always used to say top 5, top 10 in those cases, and you're always happy or comfortable in that area of placing. You know, you can tweet out happily that I've came 4th in season 1, or I came 5th, or whatever the case may be. So for JSN to be first for this long, it says a lot on their soldiers. I mean, it's gonna be coming down to the time on how long they can keep that pressure. I don't know if you can relate to what I'm saying, but for as an ex-competitor, that's usually the case for me.
Right, and it's kind of like the whole mental idea of like what breeds champions, right? Because champions don't think about what is afterwards. They have to think of like what's happening in the moment, because you haven't necessarily won until you actually win, right? Until the fat lady sings at the end, it's not over. You can't be thinking about a victory tweet, you know, what I'm gonna buy with my prize money, because it's not guaranteed, right? There's still openings for these other teams. I think another contention is happening there at Lon side. I'm sure you can see that, you know, the teams are stacked on top of each other. I wonder if it's Punks again. And yeah, Punks today, what's going on, right? Look, I'm a psychic. Oh, they won! They did it! They got it! They got it! Aquaman are down, and a bit unfortunate for Aquaman now.
Yeah, I mean, they look to be in the, you know, first part of that leaderboard, 10th, if I'm not mistaken. So this is tough for them. But for Punks, it's just a little bit of a victory for them, because they've been battling here. I'm not sure if they've been doing it off spawn every single game, and by the looks of it, it doesn't look like it's been going in their favor. So Punks didn't finally get to breathe. They finally get to feel the further on of the games that we have here in the African Throwdown. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see exactly what's the play is gonna be for them, how they handle the next sort of rotations, because you know they haven't felt that yet.
And I was about to touch on a point here, but it doesn't look like CCP is giving me enough time. Judo gets one knock on the clutch, and it's Don't Stop VA Gaming versus CCP. And Judo's doing an absolute madness to try and clutch it up for his team. The flatline shots are good. He has to reload his R301. A bit of a tough 1v1. He doesn't have the HP to work with here. And he's trying to swing around the corner. He gets a little bit of damage, doesn't get the frag. Oh, Tram swings around and gets the wingman shot. Oh no!
He debated that rotation going around and then managed to do a full 180 on him, and he did not expect that. He was going to go on that platform.
But there's a team already on them, dude. I think they're just gonna get cleaned up. Is that 3 teams in the same area, or am I like reading that?
No, like, there is.
Yeah, that's a big fight. You know, excuse the pun, because you know.
Yeah, no. Let's see exactly what the plays are going to be over there. But we got green, blue, and white. I'm not sure exactly which teams those are, but you can see it's DSG possibly in this place.
Yeah, they're still up. Swamp creatures as well seem to be getting a little bit cheeky here, you know. I like the confidence. They're not really one of those teams that like to take these early fights, but sometimes when you smell blood, you gotta go and take it, right? But now this fight is just like lopsided, you know. You still got Don't Stop Gaming alive there just with Nando. Maybe he can pop a res. You've got Swamp Creatures trying to make something happen, and obviously the team above them right now, you know, Crummings and the boys just trying to make it work for them. And Don't Stop, they're getting back on their feet. Maybe they can rotate out and try stay alive for as long as they can. You don't want to be going out early, obviously. And you know, there was this, I was about to say, I wanted to theory craft, right? Do you see where the zone is pulling?
Yeah.
Kind of similar to that last game where we saw your team bench win. So now does team bench see that zone and realize how much of an advantage they have? And are they going to play exactly the same way they did there? You know, hold the spot, hold the position, and just take up these fights again, right? Because who's to say they don't drop another crazy game and they start closing the gap more and more and more?
Yeah, you know, like for the most part, we get to see these type of things, but I don't know, like I don't think their thinking is going to be the same going into game 4. Yes, they had to with that move that they finished, but will they be able to keep that same consistency is the question. Here comes a couple grenades in the bubble, and now it's going to go down anytime soon, and you can see S4DB just push out of this one. A scan comes through and they know exactly where they are. CL start trying to shoot through the window. There's cover there for a reason, and now Crummins does look like Link Up is taking quite the damage here, and he might just be knocked in. No, Keo Plates is the one who's going to get taken out quickly, and it's Swamp who's here to get a full elimination on one of the players. Keo plays, and now they're just waiting to find exactly where the second and third could potentially be. And it does look like for the most part, they do find them. Link Up taking this right here. It's so long. 10 seconds is a long time.
Yeah, it's definitely a long time. And breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, your caster that was watching the kill feed while the man Ira was doing an absolute lovely, you know, session there. ATK is out.
No,
guys, ATK is gone. I saw them go down to the hands of Inakato, and I know that's one of the players you really liked and enjoyed. And I think they just got in an awkward fight. And yeah, I think I saw all 3 of them go down. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a solo player somewhere. We're just hoping for them. But now it's tough, right? Iro, we're in this like fifth game where you need to be alive as
Yeah.
ATK sitting in that top 3 spot, and going down early is not good, you know. And now all these other teams have this opportunity to catch up.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be tough, you know.
Oh, WQ.
It's same for WRG, you know, they were so fantastic. Quals and semifinals. I mean, they were going head to head with Nibble. And it's tough. Now you bring the question, you know, like, did they play in the easier semifinals? Or the easier group stages?
Hey man, yeah, you know, it's you have to go back and like try look at the history and be like, yeah, was it easy, you know, for
Yeah.
them? I don't know. JSN was in their lobby, right? So clearly
Okay,
they had
true.
to beat JSN. They actually topped JSN in
Yeah,
the
they
groups
did.
in the semifinals, right? So I don't know exactly what's going on with WRG tonight. Maybe just again, I spoke about IGL, so I'm not too sure if you caught on to that when I was busy speaking. And you know, recently, you know, with the shift of Niling not playing on the team, and Niling's obviously, you know, one of the most, what's the word I want to use here, experienced players in the
Yeah.
Apex Legends scene, right? So a lot of decision making maybe was weighed onto his shoulders, and now that it's now maybe leaning a little bit more towards maybe like Rexu, Lone, you know, maybe the team's just not cohesive, right? They're not really understanding how to play, but a team that understands how to play is JSN, and they're taking a fight.
Oh man, they've honestly done a number over here, and it does look like they're gonna get straight into it. It's Dark, he's finding himself in a tough position. Nice free fire over there, but I told you that they're going to get a little bit of a bite on their hand, but no, it's fine. They still clutch that one up, but it's these close moments that are very, very scary for the team that I was mentioning. That, you know, they just seem to want to W key any player that comes in their way. And I mean, imagine if that was the Carthaginians or Noble, but for the most part, JSN is still holding themselves well. They've managed to take out WRG very easily last time around. It's just going to be interesting. I mean, how do they play so well this time around? What were they thinking? Plays going into the game. It's just phenomenal to see a different type of JSN in this grand finals.
Yeah, you know, I think they just went back and they pretty much understood how all the teams are going to be playing and kind of like what the tempo and the pace of the lobby is going to be. I think WRG is up. I caught a glimpse of some WRG names, and actually, you know, despite what I was saying about Niling not being on board, I think he might be coming in as a substitute, because I think I caught a glimpse of his name. I may or may not be wrong, and we've got OG flying into Epicenter. Vismas have eyes on them, and OG needs to be careful because they have not been having a good one. And yeah, Niling's here, you know, the man himself, he's here to hold it down. And I maybe imagine it was getting a little bit too late in the night for EXO. For those that don't know, I mean, EXO is still in school, so maybe, you know, his mom was just like, hey, kiddo, get off the game, get into the
Yeah.
big boy Niling. But he's here to hold it down, and maybe that's going to be the wake-up call for WRG to bring it back. Epicenter zone, tough one though, right? You know, with all these
Yeah, it
rotations.
is. It is. It's lots of cover though. I mean, but like to a certain degree, you know, you got all these teams that are gonna be on the iceberg positions, and they will be able to do the most. And now, you know, like as I see right now on OG, you know, he's got a gold. What do you prefer, like red or gold? What is generally the most better decision to go with?
I think it's so dependent on like which legend, right? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Gibby, definitely give them the red, right? Because then he's just a tank.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
true, definitely.
you maybe want to give the gold to someone that's going to be taking a lot more engagements, like a Wraith and Octane, right? Because they're always in and out. It's always easier for them to just pop a quick little cell and get back into causing that pressure, right? So I think you just need to try and juggle that armor to best suit whoever is kind of serving what kind of role in the lobby, right? Because you don't want
Yeah.
your sniper to have the gold armor and not farm up Evo shields, for example, right? Because then it's like a waste of that armor, right? You just want to give to somebody that's not really looking to do that. But yeah, for the most part, ladies and gentlemen, everybody's starting to make these rotations. Swamp Creatures again on one of the legendary late rotations as they work their way in. 13 squads still up in the zone, and it's Team Bench who, you know, came all the way from the top of the map to down here. Quite an interesting rotation for them.
Yeah, no, and it does look like they also did manage in the moment to grab two of those eliminations. Aquatic Arms just looking to get involved over here just a little bit. It's a Arcstar thrown into the build, but they still safe for the most part. And Hopefully they play this to their advantage, but it does look like they're going to be double keying the situation.
Yeah, they got that depth protection, so they are not fearing any of this. And Aquatics in there doing so much damage onto Radical. Radical is alive on Flesh, and the dome is popped as well. And Swamp Creatures and Team Bench are just having an all-out warfare here. But it looks like Team Bench is going to be the one that's on top, because Rondon has showed up and he's taking names here. But Aquatic is down. Everything is just going crazy. I think there's other teams starting to grief the fight as well. One member is still up here on Some Creatures. Kano, Wikipedia editor, sneaking his way inside here. It's 2 noobs, 1 cheater who are here to grief the day. As well as, I think, S4 just around the corner. I mean, all the teams seem to be converging onto this location.
I mean, they've probably seen that kill feed very active, and they really want to hand out that grenade. It's just gonna sit there. Nothing seems to be happening over there, but Kano is still alive as a solo. And now look how everyone's sort of in the zone, and this is where it's gonna be tough. Rondic looking really low on HP as well.
Yeah, really low. He's gonna have to pop some meds, and if they have heat shields, it might be a really good time to get that call. And Kano is still alive somehow. You know, he's even got the banners of his team, but I mean, there's an absolute army for him out there, and it's Gibby versus Gibby. Who's the better one? It's not Kano, unfortunately. It's definitely Rondon. And yeah, they're just gonna clean that one up and try to work their way into the zone now.
You still got Crummins and them also in the zone. Questions on why they have done this. Via's looking to come over here. Ket maybe will find this to be unsurprised. Oh, Via's. It's a one-on-one with Ket, and it does look like Vias is doing the most damage over here. He's gonna get that knock.
Yeah, ballsy play coming in from Vias, but I mean, it's the time of the night to make ballsy plays, right? Especially for them who've been having a really bad day for the most part. They're gonna have to try and make something happen, even if it's these risky in the zone fights, and especially when you know you have an advantage to try clean up 2 quick kill points, right? Because obviously one on Team Bench is down. But look at Rondon. He's doing as much as he can. Unfortunately, Ket is already knocked, so it's just going to be Rondon. And as well, now you have to micromanage the zone, because if you take too many ticks and they hit you just for a little bit of flash, it's going to be tough. And you see he has to hit that med kit, man. It's just so tight what's going on here. He will get the med off, at least for the most part. Oh, he's dropped down onto him here. But look at Rondon's even 8. It doesn't miss. But Vias is here to clean it up and save his teammate, thankfully.
Thankfully, indeed. But now, Team Bench, you know, with the potential comeback has just been stopped in total place coming out from Vias, and them have they made the decision to go straight in and double key in the zone. But now this could be a bit of a sticky situation, because that zone's gonna start closing in 30 seconds. They're getting the revive. Do they have all the heals necessary? Because you know, for the most part, Team Bench and them sat in zone for quite some time. Those medkits were being used, and it was just a tough play for them. But now they've got to make that far rotation. Christmas looking to find themselves in action over here, and hopefully they will get out of this one.
I think decision making, yeah, right? Iroh is just being weird for 2 noobs, 1 cheater. Like you said, why not just rotate into the zone? Because you still have a long way to go. You still have to make this mission to the zone. There's teams already situated like WRG who are just, you know, finding a little bit of life here in this 5th game. And I mean, they're in a good spot to at least see exactly what's happening in front of them. And everything is chilled for now. The squads are just trying to plot their rotations, but I mean, it's all about to pop off as it usually does on these zone rotates.
Yeah, no, WRG though does look like they're on the brink of the zone, and maybe the zone will still form on them somehow, because it is the end game. Idumino also over here, Carthaginian. So, you know, JSN getting taken out. Oh wait, how are they taken out? I haven't seen them actually.
JSN's alive. I believe I did see, was it Dash get a knock in the lobby? So JSN is still very much alive and pumping in this lobby, ladies and gentlemen, as the Carthaginians are looking to get a little bit angsty here and get involved in a fight of their own.
Carthaginians here. Oh, I've had almost dead over here, but he manages to get some damage as well. And now full Evo shield on him. He's going to take a Q out of this one and go straight over cover and hide behind the cliff zones that they find themselves in. Pop the Q to get a good distance in, and No, he's left his teammate quite far. It's Sabron, but I mean, it's Sabron. He can handle himself quite well in these end games. And
The L-Star strikes again, ladies and gentlemen. And Idamino's trying to use it to try to get a little bit of revenge for his teammate, but it's not working as well. He's gonna have to plot the rampage. Does a little bit of damage, but they're in the tough spot here. The Cartesians, I mean, the story for them has been so disappointing today, especially if they go out here, they won't be able to get as many points as they want. Maybe the res option is still available here to get back their teammate, but for now, it's looking really tough. And you saw that was Jason. They're playing. They are trying to become the next African Throwdown champions.
For the most part, it does look like they're doing exactly
wait
that.
a minute.
But look who's here to join the party.
Oh, Nipple coming in as the lobby heroes to some degree. It's only Joe who's up on the team, but now Nipple's taking up a lot of smoke for making that ballsy play, but you gotta love it. You gotta love it coming in from Nipple, and now everybody just needs to take care of Joe so he doesn't suck up any more of those kill points. Cartesians are up on their feet as well, so now everything is starting to get a little bit more crazy. You're caught sleeping, and it's Tenchi with the Spitfire, melting them over here. He takes down Idamino, and Tenchi smells blood. He's gonna try Supinia.
And this is looking fantastic. The situations are surreal. 20 is quite low. Idamino has ball, but now they retreat out of that one. How did Carthaginians manage to hold the weight? Is the question. 20 still trying to get in a couple of shots with this M-Lock, but now Gutbuster and them need to take a couple of kills, make the rotation. White Rabbit Gaming finding himself in a tough position. Rexu getting revived, lone on literally a smith of HP, as well as Nylin. And Carthaginian somehow managed to survive that. Domino quite low on HP. Doesn't look like the team have any batteries or cells for the most part, because healing now they finally do, but no! Nando is on top over there. He's able to do something. It's Don't Stop Gaming who's in this situation to possibly take out the rate of Carthaginians.
Don't Stop Gaming doing well here to clean up the Carthaginians. I see OGs going down to the hands of Nibble as well. WRG weren't looking too good for the position they were in. And now it's the Nibble story, right? And Nibble's in that conversation of being one of the top in the lobby. They managed to take down the one. He spins around here. Tenchi on the Spitfire is absolutely shredding. It's unfortunate that he has one kill with how much damage that he has. But now Nibble, they're here to play. They're trying to make something happen. They've got a little bit of room to work with for the most part. They find their drop. Are we gonna get anything cheeky? It's an alternator. And you know Tenchi runs those all day, every single day. And he's gonna be a real prospect in this one now. It still looks like WRG's up. Dismiss is up as well. I mean, now Jason's out of the lobby. I think it's Nibble, right? We have to look at Nibble to kind of try and close his distance.
Yeah, I mean, they need to do a lot more though. They need to get, they need to team wipe the entire teams that's left over here. 5 squads as it looks like. WRG are pinched here against the wall. A good shot onto the flying bot. I forgot the name of that.
Alright, so WRG's position is not great, right? They're in zone, but it's kind of like hard to hold, especially when there's a team above you, right? Because then everyone's going to start to focus them because they're easy pickings, and Rexu finds some easy pickings, which is somebody's head on the opposite end over there on the side of, I believe it's, Don't Stop Gaming. But for now, everything is calm.
Does look like...
Yeah, Nibble's looking a little bit cheeky, right? They look like they want to get involved here.
Yeah, I mean... I would, at this point, you've managed to take out such big names, JSN. You're probably looking at the kill feed. Carthaginians has been taken out. This is a time to grab as much points as possible when you can do this right over here. We've got so many teams still in this one, 15 players as well. So the scenes are hectic, but Gutbuster is here with his R301 to rail down his enemy over there. And
Nibble have a nice side of the zone, don't you think, here, Iroh, right?
I do.
Because everybody's like in front of them, and they can kind of just micromanage what's happening in front of them.
Ooh, but across them is DSG as well, so they need to be careful on how they take the peaks over here. But it's good to see how they formed this defensive line. Gutbuster and 20 obviously just there, just in case DSG wants to take any of that action.
Yeah, the gas is just kind of griefing WRG a little bit here. It's not really comfortable where they're at right now. Look at Nerdish. Nerdish have just been vibing, you know, the entire African Throwdown. They always find a way in these top fives, you know. I don't know how. It's the Valkyrie plays that they've introduced to the rest of the lobby, but they're just making it work. Look at, like, this Vicimus versus WRG fight. And there goes the one on WRG, I believe. No, actually, that's a Vicimus player. So there's a bit of a crossfire coming in from DSG, I believe, from the opposite side. Neo goes down. They're going to be able to get him up in the building, at least for the most part. Why is Nerdish down here? Whoa, what's going on with this drop coming in here from DSG? It's just a bloodbath. There's gas. And with the punches, the one player's grappling away. Bolt's trying to stay alive. It's not enough. Killer takes him down. So now it's 4 squads. WRG's up at the top. We still have Nerdish, right? Nibbles here. Vicimus. So it's, you know, these 9 players versus this one, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe, oh no, they haven't completely killed Nerdish, so they're getting back up on their feet right now. So the full team is still up. You know, this is still very much in the playing field. I mean, anyone's game right now, Iroh, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, the DSG, questionable. You know, they had the advantage, but they went straight in for the one-on-one situation and clearly did not go to the advantage. But now, you know, you've got Rexu, who's able to line up a beam and off, and he's managed to pick himself a knock. But Dylan's looking quite low on HP, so he's low, and here's an ult coming down, railing down the bomb, and it's 20. It's got Buster and Currency, who potentially could walk away with this, as everyone is just a slither of HP.
Everyone is a slither AP, and no one's looking at Nibble. Nibble's playing this one to a T. I think this is a Nibble esports win. They played everything correctly. It's just Rexu and Nibble come through. And I am just crossing fingers. They dropped like a 20 bomb here, right? Then it gets exciting leading into this final game, right? Because now we've got a bit of a competition, right? Jason goes off early, and now it's open. Now it's happening. And I know Ez is smiling in the background, right? Because she saw Nibble versus Cartesians once again. It's just like, it's a storyline that's just happening here. I don't know why they just keep running into each other.
Yeah, no, I was crying. I took it down in my notes and I was like, I did it again. But if we look at it, right, so at the start of this game, we obviously had Jason sitting there on 70 points. We had the Carthaginians sitting on 51. 80k going down early, but Nibble was sitting in that 4th slot with about 37 points. So 37, 20-odd point game, maybe a 30-odd point game. I don't know. I lost count about how many kills they were getting. But looking at it, they are very well in a good position to potentially just immediately take over 2nd place. I'm not quite sure about that 1st place. Jason still just about another insane game ahead of everyone else, which is at the moment, you know, we thought, okay, cool, Carthaginians, surely they're the ones that we're looking at. They got taken out. 80k was the next, you know, potential candidate. Got taken out at, I think, 15th in the 15th team, so they weren't picking up points this time around. Nibble Esports is on our next hope, basically, to see if that competition is going to change, to see if that money spot is going to change, because we know top 4 teams are the ones going to be taking home that prize money. So as it stands at the moment, I think Nibble, you know, might have actually just taken away 2nd place from the Carthaginians. Yeah. Whether or not that's going to be enough to secure them maybe 1st place, I don't know. Jason is, I think, just leading at the moment. I don't know for how long. We only have one more game left, Tendo. One more.
And they were picking up kills as well during that game, right? It wasn't as if they went out and they weren't being active, right? They were still as active as they normally are. So they probably picked up at least, I'd say, 7 points coming into that one, right? So maybe sitting just below 80, I feel, right now. But you look at that Nibble game, like you said, they were just over 30 points, right? So let's hope they dropped like something around 25 points, right? Because now that final game is definitely, okay, either Nibble's going to win it all, or it's going to be, you know, Jason that wins it all, right? Just based on how those numbers go. Whichever team kind of slips up in this 6th game between the two of them, I feel like is, you know, gonna put up the platform for the other one to become the champion right now. I feel like that's kind of like what it's shaped up to be.
It's exactly that. And I mean, as you perfectly said, you know, if Jason slips up and falls out early on, That's Nibble, that's Carthaginians that can potentially take it away from them. But it depends. We'll see how the overall standings look when we come back from the break. For the time being, we're just waiting for those last match standings, and then we can maybe do some quick math in our heads and see if we can figure it out before then. But Iro, from your side, man, that was insane. I mean, what are those All-Star shots coming through? It's like you can't blink and then bam, you're out.
No, you can't react, you can't move, you can't do anything. There's literally nothing you can do. Nothing will save you in that moment. It was literally dead. And for the most part, that really shaked up Carthaginians, but they did still survive. It was DSG who managed to, deal the damage over there to Carthaginians. And honestly, JSN, they put themselves in a tough position, trying to get active. They went in for the W key, disengaged, and behind them is Nibble over there to do, what we really were wishing for from Nibble, to show us exactly what they mean in the African Throwdown. But they win a couple eliminations. We don't know how much, but hopefully it's going to be enough.
It's so bizarre. DSG was one of the teams that we were absolutely screaming out of our minds with me looking at the group finals and the semi-finals. They were one of those other teams that were grabbing W's. And then the grand finals, they've been very quiet, but they came through in that fifth game. Not, I think, as far as they would have wanted to. I think they would have obviously loved to take the win out of everyone else. But, I mean, Nibble there with that last moment play, the bombardments just going ham. Everyone was so low. They played that to absolute perfection. And this is why they're getting those 22 points, sitting in first place for that match, number 5. Don't Stop Gaming in second place. They with 12 points, actually tied to Nerdish and White Rabbit ZA, who all have 12 points from that one game. And JSN slinking in fifth place with 8 points, with the Carthaginians with 7 points. Now, Team Benched, as well, another team that was extremely close to taking the points away potentially from Nibble. But now, Nibble just skyrocketed themselves up that leaderboard.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? I think we're gonna have to see the final math when we come back here to really understand what's going down, because I think it just might be just below 20 points, the difference between Nibble and JSN right now. So it's possible in this final game. It's possible. It really can go to Nibble if they can, pull up something like they did right now. But it's still definitely JSN all day, every day right now. I feel like we can still kind of just like back them, just based on how consistent they've been today to survive at least to top 10. And that just might be enough, right? Because if Nibble isn't able to drop, I think, like 25 in the next one, then it just might be curtains and they come second place at least. I mean, great coming second place at the end of the day, right? But it's obviously, you want to be going down as the champion. And speaking of champions, Tenshi has been a champion for a long time, right? And I mean, finally showing up tonight here on the MVP, coming in with 6 kills, 1.6 damage.
Ooh, it's that Spitfire, man. I'm telling you, he was melting everyone. Then he picked up an alternate as well, just on top of that. This game is playing everyone. If they're giving Tenshi red guns, you should run away. But speaking of that, we have one more match left for your grand final, the Apex Legends African Throwdown. So I'm going to yeet right quickly to a break so we can get into that game as quick as possible. Stay with us. One more game, and of course the overall standings, and us crowning the winners of the Apex Legends African Throwdown Season 2. So you don't want to miss it. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the Apex Legends African Throwdown, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. I really want to go look at the overall standings, so I'm going to keep this short. Can we just go to the overall standings? Because I'm dying to know, where is Nibble sitting right now? Where is JSN sitting? Who's going to be taking that first to second to third to fourth place, and obviously taking a share of that prize pool? There's one more game to determine that. There's one more opportunity for teams to pick up those points, and it's going to be based off of this overall standings that are sitting on your screen right now. Tendo, what's happening?
All right, so I was doing a little bit of math behind the scenes, right? So I was kind of predicting the table to look like this, you know? So it's actually, you know, I think everybody's looking at this like, okay, well, JSN's won, right, guys? But that's only 19 points difference between, you know, them and Nibble. And then looking at the Cartesians, it's only a 20-point difference. And I mean, you know, you win the one game, you do get that 20 points most of the time, right? It's kind of like an average, at least tonight, that if you end up winning, you probably have 20 points on you. So now we have to look at JSN, who've entered this kind of slump in their form coming into this latter stage of this grand final, right? As now we have to be like, do you come back in this final game and just secure it? Or are you going out early because the nerves are just crumbling on top of you? Because as soon as that happens, right, it could even go up to 80k. If 80k has a crazy game right here, I'm not even like looking away. I'm like, I don't think 80k can catch up. But definitely between Nibble and Cartesians, they can still catch up. They can make it happen. They need to just drop one crazy game, 130 bomb, look up to the heavens, pray to the Apex gods that all the teams rotate onto you, and they might finish first place, right? So let's just wait and see. I mean,
Oh, but it just goes to show how different season 1 has been compared to season 2. You know, we were talking about it. We were talking about it off camera that, you know, first season we were like, okay, by game like 4 or 3 on the second day of the grand finals, we already knew who was going to come first without a doubt in our mind. We weren't even like, okay, but maybe if he does, okay. No, there was none of that. There was no maybes. We knew who it was. It was just a question of, okay, who's taking second and third and fourth. Now, the whole top 4 is up for grabs, basically, because all the teams have been picking up their points so consistently. It's not the top 4 we were expecting. I don't think anyone could have predicted this because there were so many teams we could have put in that top 4 slot, right? We had, I think, we easily had about 15 teams that I was like, definitely like, yeah, they could win it all tonight in one night. So again, it just goes to show how the talent in Africa has improved, and I'm so keen for it and I'm so here for it because it means that, you know, that competitiveness is increasing. It means that the talent is rising. It means that you're going to be out of breath by the end of tonight, but it's okay because we're all going to be having a good time. Ira, from your side, how's Apex, man? You enjoying it?
Loving it, man. The scenes are absolutely crazy, and you just got to love how it isn't a set story in line for, you know, a certain team. But JSN do have the advantage going into this game. How they play it out, if it's placements, hiding in the zone, or whatever the case may be, they just need a couple points because, like you mentioned, Tendo, it's a 19-point game, you know, and we did see Noble grabbing about 22 last time around. But even if so, JSN just grab 4 points. I mean, they could potentially just win this by a one point difference. So literally, that's what all JSN needs to do: stay hidden, stay in the zones, and they walk away with this game. But I feel like Nibble is just jumping from jump tower to the next, and they're gonna try their level best to do that game we so loved when they picked up double-digit eliminations, and hopefully we get to see the action coming out from Nibble. But I mean, there's still Carthaginians who are 20 points behind, who can still set in a massacre of note, and we have seen them as well with the Totem, you know, go in crazy. So yeah, Apex Legends for me is anxiety. I'm anxious to see exactly what is going to be happening because you can't put a foot on right now exactly to who's going to be winning the African Throwdown Season 2.
So you heard it here, folks. Ira OG says that Season 2 of the Apex Legends African Throwdown is anxiety. Going into it, there's one more game left. There's one more opportunity left for these teams to pick up their points, to grab themselves a share of that prize pool, to grab themselves a share of the bragging rights. They are the best Apex Legends team in Africa. This is the Apex Legends African Throwdown, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. Tendo and Ira have got you covered with the casting, so I'm going to give it over to them because I'm going to lose my mind in the background. Guys, please take it away.
All right. Iro, last time we'll be casting Apex together for a little bit, and I mean, the stage is set so perfectly, right? There's so many theories that we could craft coming into this one, right? Jason goes out early, and Nibble goes on a killing spree, and all the Carthaginians, and all three of them end up dying in the game we watch. It's just like, what's going on? Like, you know, we know who won. We're kind of just like playing this last game out. Like, there's so many theories we could craft coming into this final game.
Yeah.
What's one of your theories, you know?
Oh man, I don't even want to start thinking, Tendo. Like, I just want to see what will happen. But if I start thinking, maybe I'm setting in stone some outer universe reality that I make, you know, happen.
I believe it's called Costicus.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah, no. Honestly, I don't want to think too much on this one. I wanted to let it flow. I wanted to surprise me, but more so, I want it to be amazing. You know, let's see exactly what will be happening. I'm not going to ask you the question back, Tendo, because I'm pretty sure you feel the same.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely here to just watch what happens. You know, I think if you look at JSN, you have to give it to them if they do clutch it out, right? I mean, they've played the most consistent tonight in terms of just getting the numbers and keeping themselves at the top of that leaderboard. They've been the top the entire night. No one has touched them at all. You know, it hasn't been up and down, up and down. It's just been them there consistently, and we've just been seeing that shift or like from below to second place, right? But I'm looking at like these teams that are just not here tonight. You know, where are you? You know, Punks, Ominous, you know, even WRG sleeping a little bit. 2 noobs, 1 cheater for me tonight is probably, you know, my what do I want to say here? Like the saddest story for me, you know, so strong as a team, you know, so consistent in competing competitively in Apex Legends, but can't find their feet, you know, in this grand final.
Oh man, it's one of those days, you know. We have to ask what they had for breakfast. Maybe it wasn't Wheat Bix, so we can only wait to find out exactly how they're gonna end, you know, their chapter. Maybe they go out with a bang, and yeah, it's just those decision making that we get to see from the team that sort of puts them in a tough position. I mean, we saw that last match, you know, full on go into the zone, and that wasn't the play there. They should have gone into a better decision and go into the rotation, find themselves a good position, and then they can start to farm up those kills, farm up those damage. But instead, they went in straight to the zone, and for the most part, I don't know where they were taken out, but it definitely hurt them quite a bit with the utilities that they had going into the end game, because who they went up against, they were using all those consumables, they were using all those heals in the zone anyways. So for the most part, it just comes down to how they're thinking today, and hopefully the last game will be
look
amazing.
At the zone. Hello.
Yeah, that's broken. Tendo, that sets a different story.
This is how it happens, right? Because there's so many of the top teams that are not in that area.
Yeah,
completely.
Exactly.
Right, that have to just make these crazy rotations now, and they're gonna end up fighting Apex Legends. RNG does it once again here in the final game of the African Throwdown, right? And it's been Punks here having to fight over and over again. And I wonder if they're here with Aquaman arm. Aquaman Nexus is taking a couple of shots with the Sentinel, hasn't found any damage. And now I'm worried. Now I'm like, okay, what is really gonna happen here, right? Because this zone, we almost forgot about the zone, right? Because that's always a wild card, right? Is the zone gonna favor these teams that have been winning? And clearly, right now, it's really not.
Yeah, you know, I feel like now, like you mentioned, all the teams are not here. All the good teams, for the most part. So does this then set their rotations differently to find the teams that are not doing so well tonight and get eliminations on the leaderboard? It's going to be tricky. Maybe they find each other on the rotation, and there we go. There's Nibble taking out JSN. There's JSN actually clutching up a madness of a note going up against Carthaginians. Who knows? But there's just so much things that could potentially happen right here. Aquaman and Punks, however, yet again on the open situation, and for the most part, Aquaman have been the most successful in terms of dealing against Punks, but it's now down to, you know, Wingman and some clutch plays that hopefully Punks walks out with this one.
Yeah, did you know statistically in the ALGS, teams that get contested are most likely to finish in the 18th and 20th place? So you kind of telling the storyline for how Punks has been feeling for the day. Yes, they've picked up a couple of points here and there, so they're not having a rough spell. Kind of like, you know, you got to look at like CCP, for example, who have not been having a good time. And speaking of not having a good time, that team is literally getting melted in the air here. It's Dark Esports making some crazy plays here onto Aquaman and both Punks. And I mean, I feel like we're just gonna see fights just over and over and over in this area as all these teams are gonna try to rotate. And two noobs, one cheetah in a tough spot once again. Coming in here, Bradley's down. It's Cheetah Boy and Vyaz, man. You guys need to exit with a bang because it hasn't been going good for you guys tonight. And just maybe they can clean up this one.
Yeah, just hopefully they can. Hopefully they can bring back Bradley in the situation of there. For the most part, luckily for Punks and Aquaman with this third party of note, and oh no,
The Carthaginians are here.
Carthaginians are here. Somehow they just coming in early action, and this is what we are talking about. You know, we can't really entail what is going to be happening, and Carthaginians is very much active. But if they play this wrong, you can see those. Look at those evil shields on the oppositions they're going up against. If they play this wrong, they could just be out of this one.
Punks is doing well to survive, to be honest with you. There's so many teams just shooting them, and all three are alive. I don't know why. But I'm not liking what's going on in terms of just like all this action. Because the longer this action goes on, the longer, you know, these teams have to kind of hold this position and not make these decisive plays that are ultimately going to win the game. But the Carthaginians are here, and they know they're going to find kills here. Idomino absolutely tearing down Tremble over there. You hate to see that for Tremble, and Punks have just been at the bottom of the barrel taking this slugfest here at launch site. You know, it's a bit unfortunate for them, and especially for Aquaman to get away scot-free because the Carthaginians come through and kind of start to clean them up is just, you know, that extra bite on the back. But Jeeves is still up. Maybe Jeeves gets the one banner of Colder and he can try and make something happen, but tough spot for him nonetheless, right?
Yeah, man. You know, for the most part, Punks is gonna be a tough thing for them, you know, off spawn. You know, they looked like they were about to celebrate that elimination onto the Aquaman. Then it was Dark who came in, and then it was Carthaginian. So for the most part, it just hasn't been a Punks day as the team gets taken out. And you know, for the most, they can take a good chin, you know, today just to say GG's, man. At least we played our hearts out all the way to the end, and that's what I love about competitive scenes in South Africa, is that they don't easily quit, even though they are pushed against the wall.
Yeah, you always have to keep pushing, right? You know, that's what crafts champions in the esports. And 13 squads, by the way. We've kind of just been chatting. I don't think I've seen any of the crucial names going down. It's kind of like, you know, those outlying gamers that haven't been having the best of nights already, kind of going and doing their course and going out early. The Aquaman are looking to come back onto this right now. Mr. Titan's up here, and Mr. Titan might just ruin the dreams here of the team of Carthesians, or is it going actually the opposite way around? And it is, as Idomino finds the one frag. OG's going down. All of a sudden, they're in a different fight in a different area. When did they get here? They're trying to take down the likes. Wait a minute. Oh, it's Jason. Yo, guys, I just thought for a second OG took out Jason, but Jason is here. They've rotated. What's happened? You know, we were busy talking about like all the teams would probably be at the north side that, you know, we had this conversation about, but they're here, dude. They're ready to game, man. This final end game is about to go down.
Hey, man, I'm shocked myself. You had Carthaginians early in here, now Jason as well. And
where's Nibble?
I don't know. I can't really tell with the colors on the screen, but just look how little players are left.
Yeah, like last game of the night, everybody's just like, you know what, guys,
Full
it
set.
is what it is. Let's just slug it out and hope for the best. Yeah, and I mean, you're kind of playing into that playstyle of the Carthaginians, JSN, and Nibble, right? Because those are three aggressive teams that love to fight, and everyone's kind of just like feeding into their kills right now. Nibble's here as well. They're already here. They're making these rotations, guys.
Oh.
Everybody is here. They know they can still win this one out if they play it well. But I mean, you got to be banking on GSN to get no points and Carthaginians to get no points, and that's clearly not the case.
Yeah, no, for the most part, doesn't look like Noble have picked up anything just yet. Has, you know, there's no assist on the player who we are on. So for the most part, I don't think that anything came in for play. But no, it does look like WRG may just get into a one-on-one situation with Carthaginians. It's a Braun taking up quite the damage. Trying to go in for his ult play, but he's not going to place it down yet. Lone as well was traded in with quite the damage. You know, he can get out of this one quite easily with Valkyrie, and there goes the pop. I don't know if that was too soon though, because you know, Idomino and these guys just go in for the kills, go in for the battle. And there goes the ult as well onto Niling, and then so now they got the cover of the thing, and that's going to fix them quite a bit, because now they're in this tight circle, and you can see Zebron and Ibad, they're just here to take this action, take advantage of what they've done and squeeze it into this little position. They got the windows, they sent back one of their players, however it's a knock on the there, and Rexu and Lone is just left alone in this situation. They come back jumping in hard. It's Nyland who went down quite early with this situation, and what can they do in this play, because they're so split, there's not that much movement for the team. Lone has taken up all the damage. Rex is just trying with that Peacekeeper. Will he manage to clutch up is the question. How long can the player survive? They're going with the armor swap onto Nyland, so Rex is back at a good amount of HP, and you can see Rondon is now also getting involved over here.
Yeah, Team Bench have sniffed the blood and they want to get in the action. Somehow WRG are up. They're alive. They hold their ground, and unfortunately, Niling's a casualty of war, but hey, as long as the boys are standing and fighting and shooting like that here from Lone, you gotta love the action that they're putting up here, but you gotta, like, the Cartesians right now are doing exactly what they need to be doing. Taking fights after fight after fight, because the only way they catch up to JSN is to fight themselves, you know, and they're just trying to close that gap as much as they can. Unfortunately, if you're a WRG fan tonight, it's a tough one, man. I mean, I think a lot of fans of a lot of the esports teams, you know, that are in this one, bit of a tough night, you know, obviously the couple that have been performing. But yeah, it just shows the class and quality in the lobby, right? You know, I think it's just going to be really tough. But ATK, just on the outskirts here, also making their rotation. You can see them there, just, you know, Team Bench just behind them.
I have a final prediction. It's JSN, Carthaginians, Nibble, and ATK. That's my final prediction, because I am seeing such an active Carthaginians that they have already dampened the lead, that, you know, that 1 point lead that Nibble already had on them. You can see Nibble have no eliminations. They're still on blue Evo shields. So that means they haven't been active. They haven't been dealing with one-on-one situations. So even for the most part, long distance fights, they've been in the same position for quite some time. And they may potentially not secure that second place or even first place, as we so thought we could possibly see. So Tenshi, 20, and Gutbuster have now turned into passive players going into the last game to try secure as much placements, but they could be, you know, making the wrong move, moving down the leaderboard all the way to third. I don't know, Tendo, if you agree with me over here.
Yeah, you know, you can't really fault Nibble's player. They're playing to win, right? You have to ultimately get those 12 placement points, because that is like, you know, if you're not gonna find the teams in front of you to fight, like, it's not worth it, right? And yes, you know, you want to be the champion, but second place is still good, third place is still good, right? Maybe at fourth place you feel a little bit disappointed, maybe you could have done better, but it's still, you know, a great achievement to get. And I think Nibble here definitely has got that locked down, right? They're just playing to be champions in terms of just trying to do their best over the night, and for now everything's calmed down. Only 2 kills perhaps on the side of GSN. You know, I think that's good for the lobby. Cartesians are pretty much catching up, like you said. They're dampening that lead. You've got WRG still alive, deep in the zone at Harvester. Cartesians on the edge of zone, trying to work their way in. ATK's behind them as well. And this is not what we want to see, ladies and gentlemen. It's second and, you know, fourth place. No, third and fourth place coming in for this fight. Chambi's in deep here. The EVA 8 shots from Critics are really good to get some couple of knocks alongside with Dust, and the Cartesians are really feeling the heat here. And they have to just run away as fast as they can. They're falling to pieces, and the absolute storyline that they started from the group stages is coming to an end here, ladies and gentlemen. They look so good, but now in this grand final, it just ain't going their way.
I think they have a rat though. I think they have a solo player somewhere around here, so they're still grabbing up some points. And yes, it is Idomino who's left alone. Kill leader, 5 kills. They were grabbing so much of the lobby right here. They have no banners. They have nothing to.
Dude, what is this zone? Are you seeing this?
It's going onto the mountain.
It's going off the map.
So there's no cover for going into endgame. If you have a Gibraltar, you're winning this game, or even a Valkyrie for the most part. Fly up.
I think it's gonna be one of those weird ones where like half the dome is in and the other half isn't really in. You know, swamp creatures are engaging in a crazy fight over here. Radical shooting some radical shots over there with the L-Star, but a lot of smoke is being taken down here, and it's S4 versus swamp creatures. S4 seems to be worse off here, and swamp creatures seem to be cleaning it up, and it just crumblings. Maybe at least he's got that one kill point, you know, you can walk away with that one. And then now,
they can revive.
Yeah, the rest is right here. So hey, GG's, nice one for swamp creatures. Good
That's not bad at all. They've managed to do that for themselves and grab some points. Now, I know Noble is probably in that circle area, the blue in there. And Team Benched finding himself in a fight against 6S. So let's see exactly what happens. But Aquatic Arms out of this one and out, and Ket just runs straight into the rockets over there. And ATK is able to do the most right here.
Oh man, it's just carnage, you know, like it's like that time in the series, the final game, right, where these IGLs have to make these decisions like, guys, it's been rough the whole night, let's just do what we can, you know, and let's throw ourselves into a couple of fights, especially ATK, because that's all they really can do at 4th place, right? I kind of feel like they are guaranteed in the top 4, at least, you know, I think JSN, Cartesians, ATK, Nibble, they're probably our top 4 team, but now it's like that competition between, you know, the 4 of them to see who makes it off better, and ATK is on a rampage right now. They're chasing down 69 Gaming, and it's once again just Inakato solo playing it, just trying to survive for his team.
Man, Inakato, he's just, I have to say a lot about him, but for now we're just in the end games right here. Rondon, even though it's a solo, is making himself present, making himself known that, hey, I'm still going to be dealing quite the bit of damage, but it's exactly just that, damage that can be dealt and not confirmed. Kralik finding himself quite low on HP, and he can potentially be taken out of here. He's going to go in for the battery, heal up and load. It's WRG against ATK. Load is looking like he's going to get eliminated, and it's a team wipe coming out from ATK against WRG, and that's just going to be a GG's in the books. ATK so active, and this could potentially, you know, shake things up quite a bit, because for the most part, Tenchi, 20, and Gutbuster have not been active. Idomino going in for a respawn in the game. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah. There's no ways you're lying, right?
I saw
right
that.
Right now in this zone, this man's about to try and rest his team. That might be the biggest play here of the African Throwdown, as we're tuning in to Nibble, who are just trying their very best to survive as long as they can, right? Because now, look, I think it's really just like who's third, you know, I mean, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd, right? Because I feel like Jason is still clutching the same. I don't know, man. I think it's really tough. I also think they should be still alive. I don't think I've seen them gone down in the kill feed. So right now, it's really just this battle. Cartesian's back. He did the res, dude. He got it. This res is crazy, but now he's going down, and these team don't have any gear to really work with. Just the one R301 on Sabron, but they're surviving. They got 1 kill. They took out Rondon from Team Bench, the 1 solo. So now they're etching their way back into this conversation, into this game. Visimus is there in the zone, I believe, you know, just next to 8K on the outskirts. We saw Nibble close by as well. Wait, yeah, Jason's just behind them. So Jason, like I said, sucking up all these placement points, right? And it's going to be hard to close the distance. So now it's just like 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Who's it going to be?
Yeah. I mean, that should be the storyline going into the end of this game. We can celebrate, Jason. If you guys are watching, celebrate it, because the lead between the teams are just as... It's no damping it in this late end games. Kralik's taking up quite the damage here against Carthaginian. Sabron still on White Evo. He could be in some trouble if he does get beamed. Idomino and them now need to make the rotation right side. And for ATK, they don't know who they went just up against, but that is in line of the leaderboard for that 3rd place position. So if they were to go in and double keep, that would have been fantastic for them. But it does look like they do find Radical and the teams over here. Onslaught being placed, and Chandy's here with his flat line, able to absolutely send a beam, and can only wait to see exactly what will happen.
It's once again Swamp Creatures trying to play edge of zone, but this time around, right, the zone's actually favoring them. But for how much longer, as ATK is absolutely decimating them here? The Gibraltar ulti comes down. They're getting cleaned up. I think that's going to be Swamp Creatures out for the count. ATK as well. You know, they're trying their very best to make sure they're in that top 4 as high as they can finish. And yeah, everything's steady. Once again, JSN still alive. They haven't really gotten that many kills, right? Last time we saw 2 kill points. So
yeah. I don't know. Like, look, ATK have done so many team wipes already. We don't know how much eliminations they have right here. Could it be enough for 3rd or 2nd place is the question.
Yeah, I also wonder because obviously the Cartesians now have 6 extra KP, so they've pulled way ahead of Nibble at this point, I believe, you know, just based on that. And it's crazy, right? Because somehow Idamino brings back the 2 players into this fight, and it's just rough for them. They're just trying to survive anywhere they can at this point. Altis are just falling down all the time. There's still 6 squads left in this zone. Dash is taking up a little bit of damage, and what would be the chances that ATK and JSN take up this fight? And this is just how it ends. So JSN, and the fight's going loose. I see some damage being exchanged there by Joe, while we tune back into Nibble, who are still holding their ground. ATK, though, in a tough spot. The ulti's falling down. Luckily, the dome is there to garner them a little bit of room to work with. And look at the decision-making from JSN. It's superb. They're holding ground so well. They're not really looking to be too antsy. Tenchi takes down Sabron. So it's again another one of these top 4 fights.
Oh man, you just love to see it. And there we go. There's some confirmations coming up from Tenchi and them. Could this be some, you know, positionings that they find themselves in to secure their 2nd place? We don't know if it was a team wipe. We just know it was some confirmations and a half. But it's ATK still going up against JSN right here. And this is really a madness of note. Valkyrie Rockets not able to connect, however. And Kralix with a rampage. We've seen him do some damage, crazy amount of damage in the pot. And hopefully we get to see that yet again. I mean, he is on 1,600 damage right here. So he's been very much active for the team. But it's JSN and ATK, and the fight is happening.
Oh, look at ATK. They're making the play onto JSN. This might be huge for the turn of this game. And look at where Krillix is playing. Dash can't really do much, as well as Krillix. He's taking up a lot of damage. Everybody's weak. Champion's going down. It's all up to Dust. It's Dust versus... No. Krillix is still up. But look at what he's doing over here. Nice trying to do a madness, but Krillix clutches it up. JSN is out. ATK can revive their members on the team here. ATK is absolutely putting up a show here for us, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I don't think it's going to be enough to top where JSN finished, but now everything's kind of interesting. Now we're over here at the edge of the seat. It's like, okay, Nibble's still here, ATK's still here. Like, what is going to happen?
Look where they need to rotate. All these players are just invitation for kill points for ATK, if you think about it. And
Dude,
look at how much
they form everybody and they just drop like a 35 or like 40 point game. I'd cry. I'd literally cry. Oh no, this is going down as well, unfortunately, and Nibble's just gonna clean these ones up every single day of the week.
Yeah, and you know, for the most part over here, at least we are starting to see those eliminations count. And you got the 3 squads or 2 squads to the side, and ATK can just honestly dust up, bring in the brooms and clean up over here. Maya trying to get in some cover, but Chambi is on the watch as well as Dax, as he can see exactly what will be happening right here. Maya as a solo could be tough for him, but it's now coming down to this very last moment of the last game of the NODWIN Game African Throwdown.
And I wouldn't have it any other way. It's basically ATK versus Nibble Esports here. We got that one outlying Nerdish player who I must commend. Nerdish, they've done so well, you know, throughout the day in this series. And now the Gibraltar ulti comes through. No real cracks to really work on besides on Dust. Dust gets his HP back. Oh, an absolute mangling coming through from Chambi with the flatline. And Nibble is going down, and ATK is looking to close this one up here. They're looking to be in this conversation to be even maybe top 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, with how well they're playing. One more player left here, and it's just Maya trumming in to try and do as much as he can. And ATK Esports come through.
I think that's a 20 bomb for them. Honestly, I think that's a 20 bomb for them. When they took out Jason, they had 11. I don't know. I'm not sure. My maths are just bomb.
I feel like that has to be remembered for like forever and ever, right? I mean, that is such a game for them. They put their hearts into that game, and you could just see it and feel it, man. I mean, like, how are we just done with? Give me another game, guys. Give me another game.
Please, another game.
I am telling you, to have a grand finals of a BO6 instead of, the normal 8 maps over 2 days, it's a bit weird, but Apex things, it's fine. Making it work. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but that was the last match of the Apex Legends African Throwdown Season 2, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. So now, not going to be looking necessarily at, I think we might look at the overall standings and the MVP again, maybe. We'll check now. But the fact is, we're going to soon know who's going to be the champion of the Apex Legends African Throwdown for Season 2. And I mean, wouldn't it be a story and a half if, the likes of ATK comes through, and even if they don't take the first place, if they just go and suddenly grab second place away from Nibble, away from the Carthaginians, are you mad?
Yeah, I think it just shows the quality of ATK, right? I think we're looking at maybe game 3, 4, where everything kind of started to falter a little bit. I think, they started to pick it up, but, it was still a bit rough. But now they came in. They were awake. They played everything correctly. The rotations were so good. And I mean, that man Chambi, and that man Krillix, that man does. I mean, that team though.
Oh, beautiful.
That team though.
Beautiful.
They have been absolutely nutty today. I can't even imagine. I mean, having that sort of energy towards the end of it. We started this at 7. We started talking and you guys started casting at 7, but these guys have been playing games since 7 p.m. and it's now 11 p.m. that they've just been playing Apex after Apex after Apex, having to come back after the games that have been so disappointing up until then, and then they come back and bam, they have a game like this for the last game of the day. So yeah, I don't know, Tendo, what are you thinking? What's the predictions feeling like?
I think right now, I just want to see ATK at second place, right? I don't think anybody did enough to really take over the JSN, and I mean, we can probably pop champagne for them already, saying that they're champions at this point. I think just based on how many points they had, and they survived, relatively long. They had the extra 2 KP as well, right? So I don't think anyone's caught up to that. And yeah, ATK, that has to just be like one of those games as like the organization, they must just like go back in the VOD and just like save the entire game and just be like that. That's how you play some Apex Legends, to like come back from kind of like a 5th place position, kind of, to grab that second spot, right? Because, hey, man, that was a great one.
Yeah, it was.
Whew. Ara, what are your thoughts, man? What was some of the highlights from today's games for you?
Honestly, it's just how these players played it out. I came into this one, we had 3 different champions, and it wasn't like consistency in those top 3 placements as well. We always had a different roster change of teams making it into the very last moment. So for me, it was just how each individual sort of switched it up every single game. Even when we had ATK taken out quite early in game number 5, if I'm not mistaken, they still went in with a bang for game number 6. So, mindset and mentality is so strong on these top teams that we have in the African Throwdown. So, yeah, it's just how the individuals know how to grasp certain opportunities.
I do want to remind everyone that's watching, please make sure you stick around when we get to the end of the stream, because we are going to be giving some love to our local communities, Apex Legends streamers. So hopefully you guys will be here for the raid. And also I want to reiterate some of the amazing countries that we actually have participating in the Apex Legends African Throwdown this season. We have South Africa, we have Mauritius, Senegal, Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt, Namibia, Madagascar, Tunisia. Like, we've got so many teams. And I remind you, JSN is an Egyptian team. They were the previous season's lag team that we went all crazy about. They fell short towards the end there, but they came back this season with an absolute bang. I mean, coming through the way that they've been playing, I'm telling you, they've been doing their homework. I don't know what the Egyptians eat for breakfast, but I think we need to get a recipe. Maybe just something, full ingredients list. We need to take a look at it, because it's been amazing to see. And of course, the likes of the Carthaginians from Tunisia, Nibble and ATK from South Africa, alongside so many other teams. ATK is a bit of a mix, but you get the idea. It's so awesome to see it. Let's take a look at the standings.
30 points.
What? The
My
highest point game that
goodness.
we have seen today. I think maybe not in the entirety of the Apex Legends Throwdown, but definitely today in our grand finals. It's ATK picking up 30 points with 18 kills alongside the first place placement points there. The Carthaginians and Nerdish each picking up 11 and Nibble picking up 10 points. Oh, Tendo, I think that throws our standings in a little bit of a creek there.
Yeah, I think, you know, ATK, I want to say they're second place right now, just based on how many points that Carthaginians and, you know, ATK, not ATK, I mean, Nibble were able to get here. Oh, man, it might be close. It might be close. Look, I don't want to say anything until we see the final leaderboard because we might get a shock. Because now I'm also just like, Carthaginians, Nibble, who finished over the other Loki, and you know Krillix coming in, and yeah, we saw Krillix, man. He's been holding it down on Gibraltar the entire day for ATK, coming in with 6 kills, 2.2 damage, an absolute unit for the squad, and you know, very much congratulations to this MVP.
Absolutely insane. I feel like, you know, out of all of the MVPs that we've had today, make sure you go check out Twitter. You know, there's a quick Twitter thread for you to see what your anime character is today from Zonix. It's pretty cool. I like it. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, everyone that's watching at home, we're about to announce the winners of Apex Legends African Throwdown Season 2. It was so close. Ridiculously close. But I would like to request my casters, can we have a drum roll, please? Because I think this has come to the point. Let's check my camera. I don't want my camera to fall off, guys, but here it is, your winners of the Apex Legends African Throwdown Season 2. It is JSN taking home the maximum prize pool of $400 in the back pockets and all the bragging rights that the best African Apex Legends team is currently sitting in Egypt. Well done, congratulations, and absolutely GG's, well played to the team of JSN. We'll also take a look at the leaderboard to see who your second, third, and fourth teams were, but woo! Can you believe it, Tendo? Please take us through them.
ATK do an absolute madness in that final game, and they out-trumped their opponents, the Carthaginians, and Nibble, who ended up finishing on 69 points each. If that ain't biblical, I don't know what it is, guys. And then, you know, then straight after that, you know, coming in Visimus, and I'm really proud of Visimus today. You know, I think after Snare was like not on the roster today, I was a bit worried to see if they were going to hold up, but they held up quite well, you know, finishing on top of the likes of like WRG, only at 7th team bench, coming in at 6th place. Look at that, 40, 40, 40. Like, what is happening tonight, dude? Like, that is so interesting. Nerdish then 9th place there, and Nerdish, another team I think we got to congratulate, guys, coming in, I believe, full console team and showing you can compete at the highest level in Africa on console. 2 noobs, 1 cheater, bittersweet. I feel like top 10 is like, yeah, guys, you know, we gamed kind of, but like, you know, I feel like they could have done a lot better tonight. But hey, congratulations to like all the competitors for just putting yourself up here, you know, to compete. You know, that has to just be like top of the priority list of just be like, well done, guys, for showing up tonight and just like trying to give it our best. But I think ATK has to be my highlight story for tonight. I mean, JSN amazing, but ATK, wow.
I told you, just stealing away that second place at the literally the last game, the last second, the last opportunity. You can come quote Eminem lyrics right now. They made it happen tonight. Wow, JSN, ATK, Carthaginians, and Nibble Esports, your prize winners for the second season of the Apex Legends African Throwdown. It has been such a journey to witness the African talent that, you know, we have seen so far. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot more. So hopefully we can twist NODWIN Gaming's arm to have a third season. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Big shout out to our production team, our observers, our casters for going absolutely crazy for the rest. I mean, I think this season has been so awesome to witness. And again, thank you to the viewers, to the community. Guys, we made it happen, and it was such a good season thanks to everyone involved. Now, of course, remember, if you want to find out more about NODWIN Gaming, go check out the NODWIN Gaming website at nodwingaming.africa. It's pretty simple to remember. And please stick around because we're going to be rating some awesome local community streamers just to say hi and share the love that we've been experiencing so far. The Apex Legends community, I can tell you, is one of the best communities to work with. Sweetest bunch of people you'll ever meet. I don't even know how they do it. But for the last time, I'm going to sign off and say thank you so much for watching the Apex Legends African Throwdown, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming Africa. The season's been cracked, and maybe the next one will be. I'm not confirming there is one, but maybe we could twist their arm. Thank you so much. Cup 2 done and dusted. Have a lovely evening, everyone. We'll see you guys next time.